You never guess the places that I've been.
Ready to connect? Click connect to show now.
Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in.
You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
I'm never gonna let the day begin.
On.
Never gonna let the day begin. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Millions of Americans are again facing dangerous sub-freezing and near-zero wind chills with ice in the Pacific Northwest, challenging commuters as well. Roads remain slick across much of the country.
The reality is it's so much harder to stop.
AAA's Regina Cooper-Ali. At least 9 people have died so far because of the weather, 6 in Tennessee, 2 in New Jersey, and 1 in Mississippi. The National Weather Service had wind chill advisories or warnings in effect for 26 states, from North Dakota to Florida. The Northeast, especially along the I-95 corridor, will have wind chills in the single digits. More than a dozen Democrats are joining with Republican House lawmakers to denounce President Biden's policies at the border. A resolution passed in the GOP-controlled House of Representatives on Wednesday. It called for an end to what they consider open border policies at the White House. 14 Democrats joined in, voting yes on that resolution. This as House Republicans seek to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over his handling of the border crisis. Just off an historic victory on the campaign trail in Iowa, Donald Trump was quickly back spending time dealing with legal issues in New York City. On Wednesday, in the new E. Jean Carroll defamation trial in Manhattan, Trump has no love for Judge Lewis Kaplan.
And that's a nasty man. He's a nasty judge. He's a Trump-hating guy.
Language like that, spoken loud enough for jurors to hear on Wednesday, was enough for Judge Kaplan to threaten to toss Trump out. Last year, a jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing Carroll. She got $5 million in damages in that verdict. Trump claims that he is the victim in the case, not Carroll. Catherine, Princess of Wales, recovering in a hospital after successful abdominal surgery. The operation was planned, and she will have to remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days, followed by recovery at Windsor Castle. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Israel-Hamas war is raging on in the Gaza Strip. Civilians in the region are fleeing as Israeli forces have attacked the area around Gaza's main hospital. It comes as medicine was delivered for Israeli hostages in exchange for additional humanitarian aid for the Palestinians in the area. NYPD officers may have found their suspect in a serial stabbing case that prompted a citywide manhunt this week. Over the past 9 days, 4 men and 1 woman have been stabbed randomly in Queens.
Who's walking around the street, randomly stabbing people with a hunting knife. There is no connection to the individuals, and it seems to be unprovoked.
Police think the same person's responsible for at least 2 other stabbings since January 8th. On Wednesday, New York officers took a man into custody they believe to be their suspect. Americans are continuing to spend more money at the grocery store. According to HelpAdvisor.com, folks in California, Nevada, Mississippi, and Washington spent the most on groceries, while households in Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and Michigan spent the least. The blockbuster 2023 biopic examining J. Robert Oppenheimer's role in the world-changing Manhattan atomic bomb project will be streaming soon. Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer hits the Peacock streaming channel on February 16th. Since its release in theaters back in July, the movie's garnered more than $950 million at the global box office. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? I guess it's showtime. Showtime, go time. Hey, a Friday coming on. Ready or not? Here comes the weekend. What's on tap? All right, well, for many in the eastern USA, Old Man Winter's on tap, to say the least. Now, I had a bitterly cold week, especially over the weekend and early in the week. Things have moderated a bit. Matter of fact, we're looking at 27 degrees outside the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker tonight. The light snow has begun. It's not going to be an earth-shattering snow. Many areas just looking at winter weather advisories, generally 1 to 3, 2 to 4 inches. But this swath extending winter weather advisories through much of South Dakota, eastern Nebraska, right through the heart of Iowa, northern half of Illinois, northern 2/3 of Indiana. Then you look at, winter weather advisories all the way down into northern Alabama. Get ready, Tennessee, where you got hit with a pretty significant snow with the last weekend storm. A lot of folks have been shuttered in. Yeah, just a little insult to injury coming your way with some additional light accumulations. Heavier snows will come down, especially over the higher elevations, much of West Virginia under winter storm warnings with this system. And those winter weather advisories extending all the way over to the East Coast, northern New Jersey. Yeah, the Philadelphia area. You may pick up a more significant snow with this particular event. We'll break it all down for you as we turn the page on the calendar, make our way into the 19th day of January for 2024. There you go. Yes, we will be calling it a Friday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Again, coming to you live from the secret bunker here. A lot of winter weather enthusiasts. AccuWeather says, all right, wax the skis, get the sleds ready, and brace for some travel disruptions as a storm brings enough snow to shovel and plow from Iowa to New Jersey. At least 115 million people on into Friday evening. And in the wake of the storm this weekend, yeah, you thought it was cold last weekend. The coldest air of the season will invade much of the eastern USA. Same system that unloaded some travel snarling snow, damaging ice, and drenching rain from coastal areas of the Northwest to the interior West earlier this week, producing a broad zone, 1 to 3 inches. Some large areas will see 3 to 6 inches or more as it pushes through the Midwest and the Northeast through the day, Friday into Friday evening. The heavier pockets of snow will be created by some of the extra moisture from the Great Lakes and the Atlantic, as well as some other atmospheric factors. It's the dry, powdery kind of snow. The ground is obviously cold, so immediate accumulations on the roads that soon after the storm begins, those slippery conditions will quickly develop. In some areas, a fresh coating of snow will be on the ground from an early part of the storm. Over 1,000 miles of Interstate 80 will be impacted by accumulating snow. Hundreds of miles of Interstate 64, 70, I-90, and many others from the Midwest to the Northeast. De-icing operations obviously will be in full swing at the major hubs: Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philly, Washington, D.C., New York City, and Boston as well. As the storm pushes east of the Appalachians later on Friday, there's going to be a narrow zone of enhanced snow developing in parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, northern Maryland, northern Virginia, and northern Delaware. That's going to push the snow totals even higher. Outside of that band, totals will be lower, but exactly where that enhanced band develops going to depend on the exact track of the storm and the speed at which it gains moisture from the coast, the Atlantic. But the dry, powdery snow in the Midwest and Northeast should be easy to shovel or plow in most cases, but it will be subject to a lot of blowing and drifting as the blustery winds develop in the wake of the storm early this weekend. That will require some additional clearing of the roads, sidewalks, parking lots. However, from a skier or broader viewpoint, there's nothing like fresh, natural powder. In the southern reaches, further south, we'll be watching for some sleet and freezing rain over the middle part of the Mississippi Valley and the Tennessee Valley overnight tonight, Thursday night into Friday. A few pockets of ice may also occur in the southern Appalachians and the Piedmont between Thursday night and Friday. Probably not enough ice buildup to bring any power outages, but we all know just that thin layer of ice on the roadways can make things very hazardous. Of course, as the cold air pushes across the Great Lakes, bands of snow setting up in a northwest to southeast trajectory, bringing some heavy lake effect snows. All right, so we'll be looking at any breeze will be painful and piercing once this system pushes and the temperatures plummet once again. Mercury falling lower than 10 degrees below zero in the coldest spots. In the southeast, outside of Florida, daytime highs are only going to be in the 30s and 40s. Overnight lows dropping into the 20s. Winds will make it feel even 10 or 20 degrees lower than that. So it's another frigid weekend for football fans, with Baltimore hosting Houston Saturday afternoon. Kansas City heading to Buffalo for the highly anticipated matchup on Sunday night. Wind chill factors are predicted to be in the single digits for both of those events. Temperatures will trend upward next week for much of the east. That's good news. However, as the milder, more moist air flows over the cold ground or snow cover, a lot of fog, drizzly conditions may break out. Where the ground temperature remains near that freezing mark, you could have the thin, dangerous sheets of clear ice forming. Forecasters expect a period of substantial ice to develop in parts of the plains and the Mississippi Valley early next week as a new storm approaches that area. Areas of ice and snow from the upper Midwest to parts of the Northeast. We're looking ahead next week, spanning Tuesday to Thursday, where moisture from the storm collides with the resisting cold air out of Canada. The active weather pattern continues, and it's storms coming in off the Pacific, traversing the country. The train of storms, according to forecasters, models say this is going to be the trend continuing right on through the month of January. It's been kind of a tough start to the new year in terms of winter storms. Nearly every region of the country experiencing some form of extreme weather. And along with the winter storms comes the states declaring emergencies. As a result, we shared a handful of states last evening. That number, the list continued to grow. We now add Alabama now through January the 27th. The state's emergency order there has waived hours of service as it relates to supplies, goods, and services for the winter weather event. It also prevents any price gouging for the sale or rental of any commodity or rental facility during this time frame. Ice, snow, sleet, freezing rain, prolonged extreme cold have impacted Alabama for the past several days. Arkansas is now added to the list. Trucks hauling essential items and utility trucks are exempt from the hours of service regulations until January 26th in that state. According to the order, weather-related conditions could create the need for commercial vehicles to haul heavy equipment, oversized loads, transformers, necessary hardware, and distribution equipment for the restoration of utility services. Motor carriers operating under this emergency are exempt for 14 days when providing direct emergency response. In South Carolina, the prompt restoration of utility service and the uninterrupted transportation of essential goods, equipment, and products to and from impacted areas are critical to the safety and welfare of the state. South Carolina's emergency declaration says federal hours of service for operators of commercial vehicles are waived through Tuesday, January 23rd. Lastly, in the state of Tennessee, the hours of service waiver there is specific to commercial vehicles transporting fuels, fuel oil, diesel oil, gasoline, kerosene, propane, liquid petroleum, refined petroleum products, and heating fuels. Extreme winter weather and extended frigid temperatures have increased demand for fuel and energy in the state of Tennessee. This emergency order continues through January the 27th. Of course, as of the morning of Thursday, yesterday morning, the state's severe winter weather has resulted in 14 fatalities, they say. I just heard on the news break there as we kicked off, there had been 6. So the numbers continue to grow with the extreme weather. 14 fatalities related to weather just in the state of Tennessee. All right, as the storm approaches the Northeast, as we have become accustomed to in recent years, let's take you to the state of Pennsylvania, where road restrictions have been announced ahead of the snowy weather coming your way on Friday. As of Thursday afternoon, all of Interstate 80 in the state of Pennsylvania will be under Tier 1 restrictions beginning at 3 a.m. this morning, about 2.5 hours from now. Tier 1 restrictions, what is that? That will ban the following vehicles from I-80. Bobtail tractor trailers, rigs hauling empty or lightly loaded dry van trailers, open trailers or tank trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded doubles, enclosed, unloaded, or lightly loaded cargo delivery trucks or box trucks, any passenger vehicles towing a trailer of any kind, recreational vehicles, motor homes, school buses, commercial buses, and motor coaches, and motorcycles. I think it's comical how they always put that in there, but I could not believe I had concluded the program, bringing up to the convenience store this past morning. That's a gentleman that had listened to me for years, and we run into each other on a pretty regular basis as he stops in to get his coffee on the way to work, and I'll be stopping in to get some smokes and my Miller Lite and whatever we need. But he was actually on his bike. He was on his motorcycle. I said, dude, it's 23 degrees, and you're out on the bike. He said, well, I've been driving the car the last few days, but since the roads were dry and everything, I mean, you talk about a diehard out there on his bike, 23 degrees, heading to work this past morning. Meanwhile, back to Pennsylvania, the Tier 2 restrictions are planned for the Poconos and nearby areas again, starting 3 o'clock a.m. this morning. These restrictions ban commercial vehicles towing loaded doubles without chains or alternative traction devices, all loaded or unloaded school buses, commercial buses, and motor coaches, regardless of chains or other traction devices. Now, those Tier 2 restrictions, those will be in effect on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the northeastern extension, I-476 south of Pocono Interchange, all of I-78, all of Route 33, I-81 from Maryland to I-80, and US 22 from I-78 to New Jersey. Again, all those routes impacted starting 3 a.m. this morning. Those are the Tier 2 restrictions. Welcome aboard. We'll get to who we got checking in out of the box as we kick in a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All All right, got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Hello, Philly Dan. Ready for a little wintry weather this weekend, Philly Dan? Anyway, says, good morning. It's the weekend. All right, Dingbat, what's going on? It's Dingbat, brain dead. Well, he's just snoring in my ear, or he's just TKO. We enjoyed the snow while it was here, but unfortunately, tomorrow we got to go back to work. We finally can get out of the driveway. Street we live on doesn't get a lot of travel, but we're okay. Ready to go back to work and be human again. Oh, before I forget, we're over this 7-day free trial of living in Alaska. Does anybody know a travel agent we can talk to about getting our money back? Hope all is well. We'll try to check in on Monday, maybe. Hope everybody's doing well. Be good. Be safe out there. Yours truly from Dingbat and Brain Dead. Now, I guess before he dozed off, he did send me some DA of the Week nominees here on a Friday, Casual Friday. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Doing well? Everybody have a great weekend. You got it. Shorty, what's going on? I-77 northbound at the West Virginia line, 31 degrees. We are Columbus bound. 25 degrees, some light snow, says Pappy, the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. The Ohio Department of Transportation is out. Mr. Steve Summers hunkered down deep beneath the earth crust, nice and cozy in the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. That's the number for you nocturnal listeners to dial up. Use your First Amendment rights while we still have them, right? Hammer down, stay safe. Are you with me? All right, Pappy, you ready to start pushing people out of the ditches tonight? We may see some. One good thing, we did have, where we didn't get much accumulation last week, we did get enough for the first time of the season where the crews had laid down a pretty good dose of salt on most of the roadways in our region. So at least, for sure, initially, as the snow begins to fall, most of it should just be melting with the treated roadways. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry checking in, 24 degrees in New Paltz, New York tonight. Cap and Ron, hey there. One day closer to you-know-what. I guess maybe this is why we hadn't heard from Captain Ron in a few days. Last time we heard from him, he kind of informed us that the wife had come down with COVID. Well, the wife gave me COVID this time. So far, not too bad. Congestion, the runny nose. My symptoms aren't bad enough to really be taking the Paxlovid. So far, anyway. Semper Fi. Well, keep in mind, the Paxlovid, you got to start taking that, like 1 or 2 days after symptoms first onset. So if you've been, under the weather for a couple days and not feeling too bad, you'll probably be okay. But all right, feel better soon, Captain Ron. That sucks. Devious in the house. How you been, Devious? Been a while. It's been in the hospital for 2 weeks with bowel blockage, hoping to get out of the hospital today, a.k.a. Friday. All right, there's Tina, who says, hello, brother. Can't wait for the cruise. Great job. Good to hear from you, Tina. You looking for a little more snow? I think they're saying maybe a few flakes there in northwest Georgia once again here with this system. There's Rockpick checking them from the phone this morning. 24 degrees, a little light snow, some fog, some mist out there in the Rochester area. Happy Friday, all you hard-working Americans. Stay safe and enjoy. Hello to Joe Groves. Stay safe this weekend, everybody. Russell, what do you say? Morning, Steve. How y'all doing out there in the bunker? 26 degrees here at my work location, Dayton, Ohio, tonight. I'm hunkered down. Yes, the snow is falling. All you truck drivers, take your time. Be careful. May God bless you all safely to your destination. It is Casual Friday. Hey, a shout out to the spaceman. Steve, you and your family have a good weekend. Everybody out there listening as well, have a good weekend. Go Kentucky Wildcats basketball. And there's Tracy checking in from a snowy night at the Yarnell Terminal, the RNL Terminal. RNL there, Wilmington, Ohio. Little snow. All right, what do we got? C&I Dog will be checking in here. I guess he's got some traffic. What do you got? Traffic weather in Chicago to tell us about. We'll hear from the anonymous hippopotamus and room for you, somebody who just dropped off there. It is, of course, 844-844-3388. Everybody clearing that snow off your trailers, yeah, right? The Iowa State Patrol issued a reminder to the trucking community that snow on your trailer is a hazard to other drivers. This past afternoon, they actually issued a statement from the Iowa State Patrol Commercial Motor Vehicle Unit. We'll tell you what they had to say, and we'll tell you what some truck drivers had to say. It's like, easier said than done, you big dummy. But a news break first here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. From the campaign trail to the courtroom in Manhattan this week in the new E. Jean Carroll defamation lawsuit, the former president, Donald Trump, claims he is the victim.
And I frankly am the one that suffered damages. I should be given money, given damages.
A judge overseeing the trial threatened to toss Trump out Wednesday. He was accused by Carroll's lawyers of audibly attempting to influence jury members, and Judge Lewis Kaplan agreed. An appeals court decision is a big loss for Apple for now, while the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products. The Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling upholding the ban. So far, Apple's managed to work around the earlier restrictions by importing redesigned versions of the newest Apple Watches from overseas under approval from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here comes a Friday. Are you ready? Ready or not? Well, hello to the CNI dog. How we faring out there?
We're doing good. I would estimate by the years of experience that I have, we have about an inch of snow on the ground right now. The snow's coming down in a pretty decent rate, so it's like foggy out. The right lane has a little bit of visible pavement with a little bit of residue on there. The left lane is covered on I-57 south of Chicago and south of Kankakee. I took 294. I started off about 15 miles from the state line. It's kind of like the Libertyville, Grays Lake area. And 294 was passable. Going south and north, I didn't see any events. Anything could change behind me, of course, at any time. Any given moment, as you would call it. So I just say, take it slow, keep a steady pace, and you'll be doing pretty good out here. The scale was open on the southbound side. I know it's a hard visibility, so that's why I'm letting you know ahead of time, so you don't bypass it. Another thing is, was it Jolly Green used to talk about the cartoon characters?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you against impersonations? I know you got a lot of characters out there that do things, and I've always been interested in doing that. I mean, I remember back in the day when Yoda used to call. You know, I do a pretty good impersonation of that too, and stuff like that. So, if you're up for it, I'll start doing that. Probably on a better day though, instead of in a snowy evening. You know.
I got you. Yeah. I'm Chicago. I guess I'm looking at they're in the 2 to 4 zone. They're saying, yeah, I guess it's. The snow we're getting it's a real light, but it's cold enough. It's that real fluffy stuff, so it is kind of sticking right out of the box. And I think when you get down into the some of the lake effect will enhance there in northern Indiana, where they're talking 2 to 4 with an additional 1 to 3. So you could see 5 to 7. So they've got some winter storm warnings off the lake there.
Yeah, we're currently on the dashboard at 18 degrees. south of Kankakee. And according to the GPS, it might get a little bit better further south. You know, better road conditions.
Right.
I still stick with that GPS. You know, I said it before. If you stretch out your screen for a longer view, you can kind of see where the cell phone. Because that's how a lot of people don't realize that these cell phones are what give the data to Google Maps. And when the cell phones slow down, that's what creates the yellowish colors and then the brownish colors and red, et cetera, et cetera. I'm enjoying the show, and I'll be listening. And happy weekend, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah, safe travels out there now. Yep, yeah, just take it slow, take it easy. Yeah, some lake effect will enhance the snow. Northwest Indiana, so they've got winter storm warnings. The same for north central and northeast portions of Ohio. Cleveland's they're talking 5 to 10 inches for the Cleveland area. Erie, PA, they're talking maybe 6 to 12 inches for Erie, southern Erie and Crawford counties there. So that'll be, yes, definitely some hazardous travel conditions. It is 844-844-3388. So back to the state of Iowa real quick. The statement from the Highway Patrol, the Commercial Enforcement Division says, as Iowa continues to get more snow, we wanted to take this as an opportunity to remind everyone about keeping your trucks and trailers as clear of snow as possible. We aren't talking about a light dusting, but the egregious amount. They showed some photographs taken after the snow on a trailer that struck a bridge. Nobody, including commercial vehicle drivers and owners, want snow and ice crashing through someone's windshield and causing damage or injuries. Now, while no one questions, snow can be a road hazard, many truckers responded to the post by asking how exactly they're supposed to clear the snow from their trailers without a ladder handy. Please explain how we're supposed to climb 14 feet up and get that off. Thank you, said one post. This is a company problem passed down to drivers with no solution, says another. Let's see, this guy said, trailers been cleared of snow as much as possible, which is nothing at all. No one carries a 14-foot ladder. Roofs cannot support someone walking even if we did. I've literally never seen one of those snow roof scraping things at a single truck stop in the state of Iowa. I would legit love to know how we're supposed to remove snow from over 13 feet above the ground. All right, so I know there are Pennsylvania's one. There's in recent years in a number of states that are actually, you got to have that snow and ice cleared off the roofs of your trailers like within 24 hours of the snowfall ending. But I don't think Iowa has those restrictions. What are you supposed to do, right? To the anonymous hippopotamus on a Friday.
What do you say, Your Honor? So the times I see them that are probably the worst is the van trailers and the reaper trailers that get parked at a warehouse and they're on the downwind side. So when the wind blows, it drifts the snow over the building and it builds up, 3, 4, 5 feet on top of the trailers. And we used to see that all the time up there in Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, and all that. The lake effect snow with the wind and anything on the downwind side of the building there. You'd have a 4 foot, 5 foot high snow drift there, and that's probably what they had to hit the bridge, is somebody at the back of the trailer. The snow was 4 feet high and went blasting through and, dumped 5,000 pounds of snow. Probably not that much, but a bunch of snow in the road and all that. So, yeah, without going to find yourself a little bridge and go through kind of easy on a side road or something, just to scrape it all off and have it fall on the road. But I think for the most part, if you have 6 inches of snow on the roof, it's just going to kind of be blowing off as you drive down the road. I don't think that's the issue. It's just if it looks like you got Mount St. Helens at the back of your trailer there, 20 feet in the air, that's probably a problem. But anyways, did we get our launch off? Was the launch supposed to happen yesterday, or is that still impending to go on yet?
That was a successful launch. Yes, the astronauts are on their way to the International Space Station.
Oh, that's a good deal. So if you noticed, there was a little bit of radio silence last night.
I did. I definitely noticed that. Yeah, I was kind of wondering.
So, at just over 24 hours ago, it happened, Your Honor. I've been waiting for it to happen, and I knew it was going to happen. It's just it didn't happen for the reason I expected it to happen. So, I've been telling you that I've been required to drive no faster than the posted speed limits, which puts me at a different speed than most everybody else on the highway.
Absolutely.
And you know what normally happens when there's a slow vehicle in the middle of traffic that's going fast, right? That what would normally happen because people trying to get around is somebody's just going to not be paying attention and just come up too fast on the slow vehicle.
Boom.
Well, it didn't happen on the highway. It happened at a railroad crossing that I was required to stop at. And apparently the people in the Dodge Charger didn't know I was stopping or didn't pay attention that I was stopping, but they came to an abrupt stop themselves.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it wasn't real pretty to the Dodge Charger that had the front bump. Well, I don't know if there was a front bumper left. The radiator was back somewhere behind the front wheels. So, yeah, it didn't end up real well last night. About 24 hours ago. So, good. Damage to me was minimal. I'm still using the same trailer. I run the rest of the night all night with the same trailer, and I still got it tonight. So, but at some point it'll go to the repair shop. But yep. So I don't know. Never worried about accident-free miles. Never been in an opportunity to worry about them. So I guess we still don't worry about them.
But that's a not that's a not at fault incident, right? But still goes down as involved in an incident.
Yeah, you're involved in an accident, so you can't have accident-free miles there. No 4 million accident-free miles for the horse feathers. So
no
whatever.
fault, no fault of your own,
anyways. Nope. I had my 4-ways on. I actually wasn't to a complete stop yet, and actually, to tell you the truth, I don't even know where they came from. I mean, we were on a 35-mile-an-hour street, and I was within a mile of the oil refinery, and when they hit me, I never knew they were behind me. So when they hit me, I was down almost ready to come to my stop. I was down within about 5 miles an hour and had the bang, and the truck lurched and jumped, and I was actually in the process of downshifting another gear, and it actually threw the shifting lever right out of my hand. And I actually thought that the transmission, had detonated, grenaded, and I had no idea that I was hit. So I actually proceeded on a little bit, trying to figure out what was wrong with the truck. And of course, after the Charger had hit me, the front end was completely demolished, so there was absolutely no sign of anybody behind me. It was sitting in the middle of the road, being in a black car in the middle of the night with no lights on. So I proceeded a little bit, and I'm like, there's nothing wrong with the truck. And I'm like, no, it couldn't have been. No, there's no way. I stopped the truck, and I get out and walk to the back, and there's the bumper all twisted up.
Oh, boy.
Like, so we backed back up a little bit. We're sitting there, and I was like, yep, there was the issue. So anyways, we had a bunch of Delaware State Police show up, and fire trucks, and all kinds of other things. And so in the process of this, being about 20 degrees, I'm like, let's see, it's the middle of the night, it's cold, it should be around, be looking like I can be seen a little bit while I'm walking around out there. I'm like, I got my choice of 2 coats to put on. I got my normal coat, which is a black Carhartt, with no reflective on it whatsoever. Or I have this other coat that I got from my neighbor that's from a local city fire department. That's a regular fire department turnout coat with all the reflective and all the nice warm insulation. I think I'm putting the turnout coat on, Your Honor. So I put my fire department turnout coat on, and I'm nice and toasty warm, and I got all reflective all over me, and it states the fire department name on the middle of my back, and I'm just walking around with them, and, you know, you get a complete different response from all the emergency personnel on the scene as a truck driver when you wear that coat compared to me wearing just a regular Carhartt coat.
Really?
Because if I had my Carhartt coat on, I would have been treated like another dumbass truck driver that, you know, and here I'm wearing this coat, and they're like, where's the operator of the truck? And I raise my hand, and they're like, oh, yeah, you? I'm like, yep. And they look at my coat, and they look at me, and we just stand there and chat. No problem. No go stand off on the side and wait, or we'll be with you in a little bit. You just stand here with us, no problem. So it's unfortunately it's perspective, and I think Pappy will even tell you there's a little bit of camaraderie, a little bit of brotherhood,
right?
You know, and you know when they perceive, it's like everybody says, you know, you get treated out here the way you look. If you're out here riding around in sweatpants and flip-flops and, you know, whatever else, you know, Crocs or whatever, or you get out of a truck with a uniform or, you know, a nice dress shirt. I mean, I know a guy that used to run a flatbed that used to wear a tie. He wore a shirt and tie driving a flatbed. And he was clean and looked professional. And if you look professional, you look like you're supposed to do the job, you get a whole different response out of the perspective of, you know, the people that you're around. So, but anyways, as I say, I made myself look more like one of the first responders, emergency personnel, anything else like that I actually, you know, was more on their level and wasn't a dumbass truck driver. And then, you know, it kind of, I don't know. But anyways, I sat there and did all the paperwork and all that, and no citations, no problems, no inspection, no bother. Just here's your paperwork back. Sorry it happened. Have a good night. Talk to you later. And oh, by the way, Miss Trooper that I'm talking to, I said, hey, by the way, since you're in Delaware and I do this thing called the Make-A-Wish Truck Convoy, which is for the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley.
Never miss an opportunity.
Here's my fire truck. I said, I always look for ways to try to increase my way of getting, donations. And she's like, oh, we'd be glad to help. She says, my email's on the report there, so just make sure you email me. And so I'm out there making connections, Your Honor, even getting the truck rear-ended.
Never miss an opportunity.
That's right. That's right. I said I needed a good way to get up here. I said I wasn't planning on doing it this way, but I said as long as I'm here. Anyway, so that was my glorious night, Your Honor. So how was yours?
Well, mine was pretty typical. Just another night in the secret bunker. Not too bad. Warmed up a little bit. That's a whole lot better than 8 degrees or 6 degrees. We're at 26. So.
Yeah, we got 32 here. It was 31 coming down to Baltimore. I'm south of Baltimore now. It's 32. Our weather prognosticators there, the hands of the AccuWeather gods that are out here telling us locally say that it's supposed to be here between 3 and 4 a.m. And I was on I-83, and I-83 up there in Pennsylvania, they were saying that, you know, the whole thing there with no empty trucks, no doubles, and all that starting at 3 a.m. So
yep.
I don't. Now you said something about there, that part of, I believe it was I-80, you said that said something about tank trailers. Now, was that empty tank trailers or all tank trailers? I kind of couldn't figure out if that meant.
You crossed my mind when I was reading that. I'm trying to pull it back up here. The Tier 1 restrictions.
Yep.
Let's see. vehicles don't have... Trying to pull it up here. Open trailers. It says open trailers or tank trailers. It doesn't specify empty or loaded, just open trailers or tank trailers.
Yeah, which I don't understand. I mean, there's no problem with a loaded tank trailer. So, although I did post there on the fan page, there was a little reel that somebody had done that actually explained how tank trailers work and baffles. And,
I saw that. Yes, I was watching that last night. Yeah, interesting.
So the thing about it is that shows you a baffled trailer. Now, an unbaffled trailer is all your food grade trailers. So all your trailers are out here hauling milk or molasses, or the we run a bunch of the fertilizer trailers are unbaffled, and they will let the load go all the way from front to back, and it's an art. I mean, when you're a tanker yanker and you learn how to run a straight bore trailer and run with the load, you have to learn how to shift the truck, not only when the truck needs to shift, but as you do it, you have to let the load change direction and actually shift with the load so you can smoothly do it and not get a big slam out of it.
Wow.
So it's a whole nother thing. But as they say, the baffles protect the load from movement from front to back, but they don't do a whole lot from side to side. So if you see a tanker that needs to make a corner, and you can have a lot of gravitational, the momentum of the load will pull you over sideways, and that's why a lot of times, like I say, I won't swerve to go around something. I'll go through something before I try to swerve and go around it. So, but that's the reason why. So, anyways, I guess with all that, I probably wore out almost all the way to your break time with this nonsense, Your Honor.
Yep.
Good thing it's a casual Friday. I could tell you what, this would have just destroyed a normal weekday.
Well,
But
safe travels.
anyways.
That explains where you. I didn't know if you had. I thought he might have been under the weather. It was rather unusual to not hear from Mr. Horsefeathers on our Thursday morning program. It is 6 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Sun.
Okay, rapidly rolling toward news break. Hello to 5-7, copy the mail. On board. Shockwave. 30 degrees here in southwest Missouri tonight. Good morning to all. I've been working days the last couple of weeks, running my Little Red Chicken Feed Hall in Peterbilt in southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, feeding all the hens and the roosters. Should be going back to nights next week, so I'll be back to listening to the show live again. How about a special one night only shout out to Mr. Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive crew? That works for me. Thank you very much. Eskimo Mom. All right. Hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy whatever day it is. Getting a little rough along Interstate 71. They're anticipating 3 inches of snow. Anyway, got the regular run tonight. It is a very fine snow, but we're at 28 degrees. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. Hello to Cliff from Hamilton. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 43 degrees. Let's see, had a rain shower come through that lasted a while. Had a great birthday dinner with Wildcat, the son, his wife, and the grandkids. Fabulous. Went to a sushi and hibachi place called Canny House. It was wonderful, as always. You know, last night you were talking about those styrofoam covers on the outdoor faucets. I put a small rag around mine. Then put the cover on for some additional protection. You can always use a piece of insulation or put the cover over it if you can't find the covers. I just use a heavy rag or a towel and wrap it around the faucet. Either will work. And with that, looks like we got our news break here as we close out hour number 1, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A landmark Department of Justice report is released into the failings of law enforcement officers who responded to the mass school shooting in Uvalde, Texas in 2022.
Failures in leadership, in tactics, in communications, in training, and in preparedness.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking on the 600-page DOJ report that says the shooting could have been stopped sooner.
33 students and 3 of their teachers were trapped in a room with an active shooter for over an hour as law enforcement officials remained outside.
A short-term government funding bill has made it and is on the road to pass, both chambers scrambling to pass a funding extension ahead of a partial government shutdown deadline that hits tomorrow. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the spending deal gives lawmakers more time to agree on a longer-term budget. Former President Trump's mother-in-law is being laid to rest. Amalia Now's mother of former First Lady Melania Trump was buried this morning in Palm Beach, Florida. She was 78 when she died. Trump complained Wednesday about the fact his New York trial judge offered little grace for the occasion.
We asked to just delay the trial for one day, and he said absolutely not. The trial will go on just as it is. You can go to the funeral or you can go to the trial, but you can't do both. I thought it was terrible.
Trump was nearly tossed out of the New York courtroom during his defense against E. Jean Carroll's latest defamation claims. He was heard grumbling witch hunt and it was rigged loud enough for the jury to hear, which drew contempt from Judge Lewis Kaplan. President Biden says U.S. military strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen will continue. While speaking to reporters outside the White House Thursday, Biden acknowledged the U.S. and U.K. strikes may not be stopping the Houthis, but the attacks will continue anyway. This follows yesterday's announcement the U.S. is designating the Houthis as a terrorist group. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In D.C., during an immigration impeachment hearing in the U.S. House, lawmakers heard from Tammy Nobles, the mother of a woman killed at the hands of an illegal immigrant.
The illegal MS-13 known gang member brutally raped and murdered my daughter by strangling her with a cord and robbed her of $6.
Republicans in Washington are advancing impeachment hearings against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. They assert he's badly mismanaged federal resources at the southern border, perhaps amounting to high crimes and misdemeanors. Writer E. Jean Carroll is wrapping up her testimony, accusing Donald Trump of sexual assault and defamation. She spent the last day and a half on the stand in Manhattan courtroom. Trump's already been found guilty of defamation and liable for sexually abusing Carroll decades ago in a department store dressing room. An appeals court decision is a loss for Apple and anyone who ordered a new Apple Watch. While the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products, the Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling that upholds the ban. Apple had earlier managed to work around the restrictions by importing redesigned versions of the newest Apple Watches under approval from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. This week, though, the appeals court issued a ruling against Apple, keeping with plans to put the original ban in place, even while the issue is decided in the courts. Apple being challenged for allegedly stealing a patent. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back as we roll into a Friday. Weekend coming on. What's on slate? Hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. They got a little disturbance moving. They're right on the heels of a wintry week that we've seen. Get ready for one last gasp of bone-chilling air and snow into the weekend, of course, and the Great Lakes. A reinforcing shot of cold air and a renewal of lake effect snow are in store this weekend. Now, that follows what has been the coldest stretch of days so far this winter for the Great Lakes in the Northeast. The impending wintry blast will ensure that the cold weather gear and snow removal equipment stay out a few more days. In some areas, it'll push weekly snow totals close to an incredible 7 feet. Wow. And, of course, the wind chills can once again drop to dangerously low levels well below zero. That cold blast will closely follow the winter storm moving from the Midwest to the East Coast today, Friday. Several inches to coat the ground to end the work week. Now, in some areas, the transmission to snow from the storm to the lake effect snow will be seamless. I mean, in less than 48 hours of continuous snowfall. Unlike the lake effect snow that unfolded in recent days in a west to southwest prevailing snow belt, this time a northerly wind into the weekend will shift those bands into different areas. The predominant wind direction will bring some very heavy snow to places like northwest Indiana, northeast Ohio, and northwestern Pennsylvania, and along the south shore of Lake Ontario. Several rounds of lake effect snow have blasted western New York since last weekend into early this week, dropping as much as 75 inches of snow over that multi-day period in the south towns of Buffalo, while additional accumulations may push those snow totals close to 7 feet. Heavier amounts will fall this time in places like Michigan City, Indiana, Ashtabula, Ohio, Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. Some could see up to 30 inches. Now, the lake effect snow takes control as early as Friday downwind of Lake Michigan. It'll be later in the day downwind of Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario. Snow will diminish as the wind direction switches again on Saturday morning, further west, then by Saturday night or Sunday morning, further to the east. A much larger area accompanying western Michigan, northern Indiana, eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and southern New York may get several inches out of this lake effect round. Areas where the heaviest snow is forecast to fall include parts of the Cleveland, Erie, and Buffalo metro areas, along stretches of I-71, 80, 86, and 90. Now, the snow's going to come down at an intensity where the plows will struggle to keep up. We're going to be looking at maybe 2 to 3 inches per hour for a period of time, and the winds will blow around the snow, further reducing visibility. Further away from the lake, snow showers and flurries may fly in places like Pittsburgh, Binghamton, New York, deep into the weekend, where you could see some additional light accumulations. While the big cities along the 95 corridor, Baltimore to Boston, will not see lake effect snow, you will not avoid the cold wind behind this storm. Even in areas removed from the lake effect snow, the gusty winds in the wake of Friday's storm will bring additional blowing and drifting across a wide area in the northeast. And it's a very dry, powdery snowfall. So Horse Feathers had asked the question, do we finally get our launch off? Yes, Turkey's first astronaut, along with a Swede and Italian, launched this past day to the International Space Station on a chartered SpaceX flight. Blasting off from the Kennedy Space Center late afternoon, carrying the 3 men, all with military pilot experience, representing their homelands. Their escort on the trip, a retired NASA astronaut who now works for the company that arranged the private flight. The capsule should reach the space station on Saturday. They'll spend 2 weeks then performing experiments, chatting with school children, soaking in the view of the Earth, before then returning home. Now, the cost, it's costing each of the three countries $55 million or more. That's the rough per-person price for the trip. The third such journey organized by the Houston company Axiom Space, along with NASA and SpaceX. Russia has been welcoming paid visitors to the space station for more than 2 decades. NASA didn't do this until just 2 years ago. Turkey's astronaut, a former fighter pilot and captain for Turkish Airlines, is the first person from his country to rocket to space. He noted Turkey just celebrated its 100th anniversary, and until now, the nation's view of the sky has been limited to what we could see with our bare eyes. Now, this mission, opening that curtain all the way. Speaking to reporters, this is the beginning of our next centennial. Also flying, Sweden's Marcus Want, a former fighter pilot and test pilot for Swedish Aeroplane Corporation, who was chosen in 2022 as a reserve astronaut by the European Space Agency, and Italian Air Force Colonel Walter Villade, who flew to the edge of space last summer with Virgin Galactic. Among the symbolic items they took up with them, a Nobel Prize medal from Sweden, some fusilli pasta from Italy, and tokens of Turkey's nomadic culture. So there you go. That's arriving at the International Space Station, if all goes according to plan, on Saturday. And quickly, before we get back to the calls, at 844-3388. With the wintry conditions we've seen throughout the past week, I'm sure this is a scam that would not be isolated to just one area, but the word out of Davenport, Iowa is a disturbing trend affecting local tow truck companies. Scammers are exploiting legitimate businesses and tricking unsuspecting customers, leaving them stranded and out of pocket. People that are sliding off the road into the median and things of that nature. Nicole Monson, the general manager of Monson Trucking, alerted us to this troubling trend in that area and shared that one of her clients had fallen victim to this scam, having given the scammers over $2,000. She described how the scammers copy legitimate tow companies' Google listings, then attach fake contact numbers to deceive you into paying for services you never get. She said, we Googled that number. It came up as Monson Towing. But if you Googled further and further, it also had some other local businesses like Fred's Towing Trailers and Action Towing. The local TV6 reached out to the fake number associated with the scam, and during the call, the scammer claimed to be a towing company called 24/7 Towing and Roadside, a company that could not be found on Google. Either way, victims of the scam find themselves stranded with no assistance, while the scammers disappear with your money. Monson emphasized her business does not take payment up front. Now, because with this storm, the amount of the inches of snow that we got and everybody that's on the side of the road, we have to go and assess the scene first, because if it's just a little tiny winch out kind of thing, we can get them out and we'll get them going. If it's a major recovery, with some of them, which some of them are, it takes more manpower, more trucks. In response to the growing threat, Monson said they're taking some safety measures to prevent further incidents. She said, I called as many towing companies here in the Quad Cities area this past day, letting them know what's going on, especially the ones that the number was linked to when we actually Googled it. We posted via our social media page on Facebook that there's a scam alert going on. Make sure that they're also posting their logo of their company. Do not call this number. These are actual business numbers. So just trying to make everybody aware what's going on as the community remains on high alert. Monson stressed the importance of staying informed and be cautious when you're seeking towing assistance. I guess in most cases, anytime I've ever had a tow, I've never had to give a credit card number up front kind of thing. They come out, they take care of the service, and you pay them once you reach wherever you're having the tow taken to, or if they tow you out of the ditch, you pay there, right? Scarecrow coming up, and plenty of room for you. Where's everybody at? Friday morning, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of our DA of the Week nominees on a casual Friday, thanks to Brain Dead. First, Scarecrow, what's going on out there? Happy Friday, first of all.
Oh, what did we have there, Steve? A Turk, a Swede, and a Pole? Is that the third astronaut?
Turk, Swede, and Italian.
Italian. You know, it somewhat sounds like the opening line to a bar joke. 3 astronauts walk into a bar. Turk, a Swede, and Oh, Steve, I can... first of all, I called in early tonight, given the track record I've had this week, in case I'm not around at the closing. But anyway, Steve, I can fully identify with Pete Feather's pain there, about losing a pristine driving record. I wasn't a half hour, out in the evening. It was a moonless night, and I could see the road swept off to the right. I could see there was something on the shoulder, up ahead, the right-hand shoulder. See a flashing light kind of on the horizon. So I swept over the left lane naturally. Now, as I say, we're sweeping through a curve here. I was no more in that left lane, Steve, and here's a four-wheeler parked sideways, halfway sticking out into the hammer lane. Now, black car, no lights on, and, I yanked on that steering wheel best I could to the right. I mean, the roads were dry and all. I all but made it, Steve. It peeled off the bracketry for the front bumper on that four-wheeler, whatever type of bumper it was, it had been ripped off. But the bracketry caught 3 or 4 lug nut covers on my left front steer tire. That's how close I come to avoiding it. Yet, I guess it did. It clicked. It ticked the fuel tank step. But that, I mean, my company thanks me for avoiding wrecking their truck. But yeah, just totally out of the blue, nothing you could do, there. And like you say, it was a moonlit night. May have made the difference there. But all in the end, it is what it was. And the trooper on duty there, he went out of his way to get me rolling just as quick as he could. He just took that quick report and he said, no, unfortunately, yeah, it is what it is. So, but yeah, he got me up and going, but yeah, things can turn around in a hurry there. There's no guarantees out here. In fact, I started thinking about monkey gouger there too. Unfortunately, he's been through the years, and then that accident he had a while back down in Texas there, that different scenario, but things happen.
Yep.
Oh, Steve, casual side here now. We have or had a listener. He moved to Thailand, I don't know, a couple, 3 years ago.
Rainmaker.
Who that was?
Rainmaker.
Okay. Has he, I can't recall him calling in or checking in at all. Has he ever contacted the show?
Yeah. He's called several times. Absolutely, yeah. Rainmaker, and he emails. Almost every day I get emails from Rainmaker.
Oh, okay. Just a curiosity. He come to mind. Our kids, the Korean connection there. We're going to spend a week in early February in Thailand vacationing, and then I just thought, well, I wonder, just out of curious, where he wound up, setting his roots, and so I asked him where they were going. I forget where the motel, community, Font K. The way communities are pronounced, overseas, it's just amazing. But I don't believe this. See that fuel stop that I talked about last night? They were supposed to have the crew come in and fix their pumps today.
Yeah.
It did not happen.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, yeah, it's going to be a two-stopper here. But Steve, the airport or community they're landing in, I have to spell this for you. THUKEN. Yeah, I didn't know the proper pronunciation.
Yeah. But, be cautious, right?
Yeah. So either way, that's where the true casualness comes in. I was just curious if he was in contact with the program at all anymore or such, and maybe he'll hear this and he'll send an email or such that, like you say, I think it's February 1 through 8 that they're going to be there. So for what that's worth, that's all I got to throw at you now. I think I got to go.
Very good. All right.
The fueling system.
Yeah, you're right. See if you can find any pumps that don't have bags over the handles, right? That's what he mentioned last evening. All right, so there you go. Again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Friday coming on. Okay, let's get to our first Dumbass of the Week nominee. Hey, would you believe it's a Florida man? That never happens. Deputies arrested a Northport man after he used somebody else's phone to call in a bomb threat at a Walmart location. The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office said about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, January 12, deputies responding to a threat toward the Walmart in Port Charlotte over a 911 call. Deputies say dispatch got a call from Cody J. Clements of Northport, called 911 and warned there was a bomb in the supermarket. When dispatch called him back, the suspect allegedly picked up the phone and said, tick-tock, tick-tock, and hung up the phone. The sheriff's office eventually got in contact with the person who actually owned the phone, who said he had accidentally left his cell phone in the Walmart bathroom. The owner said he noticed 911 was calling him on his Bluetooth watch, so he pinged the phone to find it. After reviewing security video, deputies say they saw Clemens in the bathroom at the time of the 911 call. He was found after coming back to the store, and during questioning, the suspect admitted to making the call. He said he saw a trend on TikTok of people doing this. Oh, that's a smart idea. Obviously, the sheriff says threats of any kind will not be tolerated in Charlotte County, and for this individual, I believe he learned that lesson promptly. Thankfully, there was no actual threat to the public, but I wanted to commend the quick response of dispatchers as well as the deputies, ensuring the safety of the scene and locating the suspect. Clemens has been now charged with false report about planning a bomb or weapon of mass destruction, which I'm not sure what kind of time he'll be facing for that, but there you go. DA of the Week nominee. Hello to Timothy. Checks in. Good morning. It's a cold 31 here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. I've been watching some of the border coverage coming to us live from the Tucson holding camp on a 6-acre piece of land there. There's Dirty Harry. Hey there. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's safe. We're finally getting dug out here in Buffalo. Front-end loaders and tri-axle dump trucks. Just a measly 62 inches of snow. In other words, you got buried, Dirty Harry. It is 844-844-3388.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A landmark Department of Justice report is released into the failings of law enforcement officers who responded to the mass school shooting in Uvalde, Texas in 2022.
Failures in leadership, in tactics, in communications, in training, and in preparedness.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking on the 600-page DOJ report that says the shooting could have been stopped sooner.
33 students and 3 of their teachers were trapped in a room with an active shooter for over an hour as law enforcement officials remained outside.
An appeals court decision is a loss for Apple and anyone who ordered a new Apple Watch. While the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products, the Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling that upholds the ban. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. Shining some light on predatory lease purchase programs was the discussion this past day. Quite interesting. Hello to Scott. Scott Dykstra says, good morning. Good morning, good evening. I hope everybody's safe out there. There's the Baldwin County Wildman checking in tonight. And Kevin says, hello, good to have y'all on board. Thanks for checking in. And, of course, it's 844-844-3388. Well, just a matter of days ago, they told us the Peregrine moon lander, it was supposed to be going to the moon, had the fuel leak, and that it was on a collision course with planet Earth. I had no idea it was going to be running into the atmosphere as soon as it was. The Peregrine moon lander's journey is over, slamming into the Earth's atmosphere somewhere over the southern Pacific this past day, about 4 o'clock Eastern Time, according to the builder, the Pittsburgh-based company Astrobotic. Their statement said Astrobotic has positioned the Peregrine spacecraft for a safe, controlled re-entry to Earth over a remote area of the South Pacific. That was the update that came out Wednesday evening. They've been continuously monitoring the re-entry analysis with NASA, noting that such work was revealed no anticipated hazards. Of course, they launched on January the 8th, the first ever mission of Vulcan Centaur, United Launch Alliance's powerful new rocket. carrying 20 different payloads for a variety of customers, including NASA. They had put 5 scientific experiments on board via their commercial lunar payload service program. Peregrine was expected to deliver its gear to the surface of the moon in February. That was obviously scuttled by the fuel leak that cropped up shortly after liftoff. Handlers tracing that problem to a ruptured oxidizer tank, which may have been caused by a stuck valve. Despite that propulsion anomaly, they remained operational. The lander made it all the way out to lunar distance, then began looping back on that collision course with the Earth. Either way, Astrobotic, working with NASA, did indeed develop a plan to make the coming impact as safe as possible. So it's already gone. It's burned up in the atmosphere. And I guess in that isolated area in the South Pacific, and unless there was any shipping operations out there, nobody had an opportunity to even see that re-entry. Well, it happened again in Memphis. It's become all too common. A group of people trying to break into an Amazon delivery truck. In this case, after it crashed on an icy road in Memphis Wednesday night. The driver tells WREG that he was headed to an Amazon warehouse when he lost control, and the back wheels of his tractor trailer got stuck in the ditch, leaving the trailer blocking the entire roadway. I just stopped in the middle of the road, but the truck started going back, and I slid. I jackknifed going into the ditch. Now, while he was waiting for a tow truck, a group of about 10 people showed up and tried to cut open the back of the trailer. That group he confronted, and they did eventually leave. Now, after waiting for the police or a tow truck, he ultimately left the truck. The tractor trailer was left in the middle of the road for over 11 hours until a tow truck finally came by to free it from the ditch. Now, while the driver did manage to stop that first group of people from breaking into the truck, WMC reported that somebody did indeed manage to break open the trailer, stealing some of the packages. No information provided about the suspect or what ultimately was stolen from the truck there in Memphis. Well, good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. You know, you would have thought that they would have had security hired to guard over the truck, especially if it was blocking the roadway for 11 hours. Sorry if it sounds like I'm in a basketball. I'm in my pickup going to work. Finally, smooth surface. Anyways, well, I guess we can call that spaceship a successful failure, huh?
That is correct.
Kind of like the Apollo 7, like Apollo 13, a successful failure. Ruptured. Wow, the similarities are just astonishing. How one was, a cryogenic stir that went bad, and this one here was a valve that went bad, but a burst fuel cell or whatever it was. Yeah, astonishing. Well, hell, what else has been going on? We're continuing to attack the Houthis, and rightly so, because they're the ones that are firing off these damn missiles and whatnot. But what are we doing with Iran? Are we telling them, you better not do that again,
right,
or else?
Right.
You know, and they're like, or else what? Fire off another round. Houthi. You know, that is such a strange name. That's usually the sound I make whenever I'm hawking a loogie. You know, Houthi. So, I don't know. Well, it took them a year to figure out that there was gross incompetence with the school shooting there in Uvalde. Well, I'm glad they were able to figure that out. I just wish that damn Justice Department would figure out a few more things of gross incompetence. Like, President blaming the Border Patrol agents on the horseback when president said, "Oh, he's whipping them. He's whipping them." No, he wasn't whipping them. And they continued with that narrative.
Yep.
And then again with the 3 individuals that drowned, they're still perpetuating the lie. Well, it was because the Texas National Guard and Governor Abbott refused to let our Border Patrol agents out here to help these poor people. And it's been proven, I mean, just within a matter of hours or days, that was not the case, that they had actually drowned on the Mexican side of the river.
And Corinne Jean-Pierre, Corinne, as you call her, was confronted by a reporter with that yesterday. And I do get a chance to see that clip where she was saying, is the White House going to, edit their statement blaming Texas for this? Because Mexican authorities didn't even notify anyone on the U.S. side of these drowned individuals until over an hour after they were dead. And that had nothing to do with Texas not allowing the border. But she continued to try to stick to that narrative. And then eventually she cut that reporter off.
Yeah. Yeah, that toilet bowl cleaner doubled down on the lie. And, of course, we on the right think the left are wrong, and the left think that we on the right are evil. And no matter what we say or do, they just will not admit, mistakes. They will not admit that they were wrong. It is just absolutely ridiculous. And then some of the Republicans, Haley, and a few others like her, I can't even trust them to act on my behalf because of who's supporting them and the people that she is dealing with. And of course, Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee, and I pray that he gets it, and I pray for his health and safety, because there's a lot of people out there that are a bunch of damn crazies that would do absolutely anything and everything to keep him from reascending to the presidency of the U.S. And I can only imagine what would happen if something were to befall Trump on his way up there or after he has been sworn in as president. The left was talking about, a street battle, a street fight. I imagine there will be several street fights, chains, knives, guns, whatever. Mm-hmm. It's not a pretty scenario in my mind. So, well, like I said, I'm heading to work here. Going to be running Oklahoma City. So, today is Friday, right? Today is Friday, right?
It is indeed Casual Friday. You got it.
Casual. Okay. Well, like I said, my mind is mush. I just woke up about 30 minutes ago. So, well, folks, it's been a fun run. Let's have a safe weekend and do this again come Monday morning.
All right. Well,
see y'all later.
Technically, where you are, and you're part of the country, I guess we got about an hour left of. Now, he's in the mountain time, isn't he? So you got a few minutes left. You got a few minutes left of your Thursday evening. But yeah, coming into Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. All right, in predatory lease purchase arrangements, required maintenance can be another avenue for carriers to make money off the truck driver. During the FMCSA's Truck Leasing Task Force meeting this past day, Thursday, Task Force member Paul Cullen Jr. said that some lease purchase agreements force the trucker to have the maintenance performed at the carrier's shop. Some carriers make them use preferred maintenance places. That means the driver's not able to shop around for a better price. Some even go as far as using their own maintenance shop, and the driver is locked into a price. This truck leasing task force was created to prevent predatory lease purchase agreements in the industry. In these agreements, a carrier leases a truck to a driver but still possesses control for the majority of the operation. Now, at worst, truckers have claimed that they owed the carrier money at the end of a pay period. Yesterday's meeting focused on how these agreements can affect the maintenance of a truck. Truck drivers working under these arrangements are completely reliant on the motor carrier to make money while making payments on the truck back to the same carrier. Often, maintenance can be another category of deductions for the driver. Cullen noted that when the lease agreement reaches its end, it is common for the carrier to include multiple maintenance fees without proof of completion. Many carriers concoct deductions at the end to zero out the balance, he said. The end of the relationship oftentimes is the last insult. Jim Jefferson, a task force member representing OOIDA, told a story of a truck driver whose lease purchase agreement ended poorly. We have a member who made all the payments only to find out that he owed $30,000 in maintenance fees and never ended up completing the lease purchase. Steve Viselli, a task force member who's an economic sociologist at the University of Pennsylvania, said it is rare for drivers operating under these agreements to end up owning the truck. Because of that, truckers are pouring money into preventive maintenance for a vehicle that they will likely never own. Drivers are making that investment because they think they're actually getting equity in the truck and will eventually walk away with the truck. But the success rates are very low. Even worse, repairs can place the driver in a hole that they're never able to get out of. Obviously, no revenue is coming in when the truck's down, but that lease payment is still going, and then there are the repair costs. Step by step, looking into it, this task force will ultimately be making recommendations to how they can stop these predatory lease purchase deals. It is 844-844-3388. Back into.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, I did throw out the question last evening. I never heard any response. Asking about the hang tags on the Hot Shot Secret products to promote the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, right? They were sent out to the Loves and Pilot Flying J locations around the country. Just kind of asking if anybody had seen any of the bottles with the tags on them, or did they magically disappear? And if you haven't seen one, maybe next time you're in a Love's or a pilot, just maybe head on over to the where the Hot Shot Secret products are on the shelf and see if you can spot any with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive hang tags on the bottles. We're just trying to find out if they're out there. Do we need to print more of the tags to be sent out to the truck stops around the country? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back real quick, Your Honor. Two things real quick. One thing is thanks for fixing the volume on the app, because last night when we had that incident, of course, we had to download the dash camera, and the dash camera records volume in the truck. It looks forward out the front windshield, but it records whatever's being said or whatever's can be heard in the cab. And guess what? Guess what you could hear on the dash cam video at 12:30 Eastern time to 1 o'clock Eastern time. It'd be the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio show.
That's correct.
The Hot Shot Secret.
Yeah.
Oh, it's loud and clear on the dash cam video, Your Honor. So you're immortalized in some sort of report or accident stuff and all that, but yeah, your show is there loud and clear in the background.
Excellent.
So my wife's like, "You really play that loud?" I go, "I do now that Steve fixed the app, I do."
Yeah, you used to have the volume all the way up and could barely hear it, right?
That's right. And the other thing is, and I've had a couple people ask me about it, when you're working along here, don't mind my extra noise, when you're working along doing stuff in the background, you get kind of a chime, like a notification chime. I don't know, like if like an email coming in or something. Do you realize that goes out over the air?
Yeah, it's because the audio is going through the computer system. That's when I get that is when I get an email that comes in.
Okay.
But I guess there probably is a way on my computer to turn that notification on emails off, right?
Okay, because it comes up through people's conversations and stuff like that. So.
I'm always afraid. I mean, last time I got into the audio settings, remember I really kind of screwed things up. So maybe it's better to just get that occasional ding, right?
Yeah, exactly. But as I say, it comes during people's conversations and stuff. And I've had a couple of people ask me about it, and so I was kind of figuring that's what it was. But I just wanted to make sure you realized it was there in case there was something you were able to do or wanted to do or whatever. But
I'm also
anyway,
aware. One thing I also know is that if people are on hold to get on the program, and I play some audio, it can be heard on the app and the affiliates and everything, but the people that are hanging on can't hear it. I played that little audio clip a couple of nights ago. What was that clip that I played? Either way, but there were several people hanging. I think Knucklebuster was there, Eagle was there, and they everybody that was on hold was hanging up and trying to call back in because they thought that they had lost their connection. Yeah, they had, right? So,
yep.
Yes, sir.
Been there, done that. So, all right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that, and we're going to unload our load and go do another one. We're in Southern Maryland, no sight of snow yet, and we'll give you a call back in the loneliest hour and give you an update to where we got going on.
Look forward to that, right? Because, I don't know, we haven't heard from Knucklebuster. I don't know, his last destination was out there in Las Vegas. We are yet to hear in the new year, and we're already 19 days in from two-time world champion manure hauler, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I do believe he said he was taking off like 3 weeks. Yeah, for when the new year rolled in, so he's been off the road. Hopefully everything's okay there, but looking forward to see what's going on when he gets back on the road. Meanwhile, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All the discussion we've had this week, first of all, of electric vehicles. Tesla has really got a lot of negative headlines around the country, especially out of the Chicago area. The issue with their vehicles being left dead, completely unable to charge in the sub-zero temperatures. But this kind of highlights the fact that cold weather is a major Achilles heel for any electric vehicle. CBS News reports EVs, including popular models like the Tesla lineup of EVs, are experiencing massive performance drops in this year's cold weather, obviously. Highlighted as Tesla owners in Chicago found their vehicles taking significantly longer to charge, if they would charge at all, which many did not. This raising questions about the reliability of electric vehicles in cold weather conditions, especially considering their growing popularity, partly fueled by incentives, like a $7,500 federal tax credit. The reasons for these ongoing cold weather problems stem from the battery systems that are at the heart of every electric vehicle. The core problem lies in the fact that the EVs are inherently less efficient in cold weather. Research shows EVs can lose up to 30% efficiency on average, impacting your driving range significantly, no doubt. For example, an EV with a normal range of 200 to 215 miles might only get 150 in cold conditions. They kind of break it down and explain what's going on with electric vehicles. We'll delve a bit more into that in our next hour. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A landmark Department of Justice report is released into the failings of law enforcement officers who responded to the mass school shooting in Uvalde, Texas in 2022.
Failures in leadership, in tactics, in communications, in training, and in preparedness.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking on the 600-page DOJ report that says the shooting could have been stopped sooner.
33 students and 3 of their teachers were trapped in a room with an active shooter for over an hour as law enforcement officials remained outside.
A short-term government funding bill has made it and is on the road to pass, both chambers scrambling to pass a funding extension ahead of a partial government shutdown deadline that hits tomorrow. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the spending deal gives lawmakers more time to agree on a longer-term budget. Former President Trump's mother-in-law is being laid to rest. Amalia Now's mother of former First Lady Melania Trump was buried this morning in Palm Beach, Florida. She was 78 when she died. Trump complained Wednesday about the fact his New York trial judge offered little grace for the occasion.
We asked to just delay the trial for one day, and he said absolutely not. The trial will go on just as it is. You can go to the funeral or you can go to the trial, but you can't do both. I thought it was terrible.
Trump was nearly tossed out of the New York courtroom during his defense against E. Jean Carroll's latest defamation claims. He was heard grumbling witch hunt and it was rigged loud enough for the jury to hear, which drew contempt from Judge Lewis Kaplan. President Biden says U.S. military strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen will continue. While speaking to reporters outside the White House Thursday, Biden acknowledged the U.S. and U.K. strikes may not be stopping the Houthis, but the attacks will continue anyway. This follows yesterday's announcement the U.S. is designating the Houthis as a terrorist group. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In D.C., during an immigration impeachment hearing in the U.S. House, lawmakers heard from Tammy Nobles, the mother of a woman killed at the hands of an illegal immigrant.
The illegal MS-13 known gang member brutally raped and murdered my daughter by strangling her with a cord and robbed her of $6.
Republicans in Washington are advancing impeachment hearings against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. They assert he's badly mismanaged federal resources at the southern border, perhaps amounting to high crimes and misdemeanors. Writer E. Jean Carroll is wrapping up her testimony, accusing Donald Trump of sexual assault and defamation. She spent the last day and a half on the stand in Manhattan courtroom. Trump's already been found guilty of defamation and liable for sexually abusing Carroll decades ago in a department store dressing room. An appeals court decision is a loss for Apple and anyone who ordered a new Apple Watch. While the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products, the Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling that upholds the ban. Apple had earlier managed to work around the restrictions by importing redesigned versions of the newest Apple Watches under approval from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. This week, though, the appeals court issued a ruling against Apple, keeping with plans to put the original ban in place, even while the issue is decided in the courts. Apple being challenged for allegedly stealing a patent. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J Truck Stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Roll on. Yeah, rolling into a Friday. As we make our way through the late night, early morning hours. Let me get back to the electric vehicle. A lot of attention paid this week. Now, we left off talking about the impact cold weather, and it's batteries in general. It's always been the case. The efficiency drop attributed to the chemical and physical reaction inside the EV battery, which require more time in the cold, thereby reducing the power available to the vehicle. If you go skiing, for instance, say with your iPhone, you might notice the battery burns, dies a lot more quickly. So halfway through the day, it might run out of juice where it normally would be lasting all day long. To understand what this limited range looks like in action, consider the case of siblings that had to stop 6 times in one day to charge their Tesla, which was reported earlier this week by Breitbart News. One of them said, we ended up having to stop every 1 to 1.5 hours to charge for an hour. Yeah, then an hour and a half, then 2 hours. So beyond all that time we lost, it also got to the point where it was between $25 and $30 to recharge. Just in one day, we stopped 6 times to charge at that cost. Wait a minute, $25 to $30 a pop. You ain't saving no money on fuel. When they called Hertz to complain about the issue they were experiencing, the agent told them that all their calls that day were Tesla complaints. In a statement to The Insider, Hertz acknowledged the cold weather was possibly a contributing factor to the battery draining faster than usual. Another issue is the heating system used in electric vehicles. Most rely on supplemental heaters, often resistive heaters, which are less efficient at extremely low temperatures. Newer EV models may include heat pumps, which would be more effective in these kind of conditions. EVs also take longer to charge in cold because most batteries are designed to charge slower as the temperature drops. This is a protective measure to preserve the battery health, but it reduces the vehicle's range as the battery needs to expand or expend energy to heat itself up before charging efficiently. According to the Recurrence case, while cold weather reduces range on individual trips, it doesn't adversely affect the overall battery life, but even in optimal conditions, some EVs have been found to fall short of their advertised ranges by as much as 50 miles. And one study suggests EVs are generally less reliable than their gas-powered counterparts. Adding insult to injury, some Tesla owners find themselves unable to open their doors in these frigid temperatures and icy conditions, thanks to Elon Musk's unique door handle design. Numerous Tesla owners have reported being unable to access their vehicles due to frozen door handles during a severe winter storm in Canada and the United States. One meteorologist from Ontario experienced this firsthand on December 23rd when the temperature reached a low of 5 degrees and her door latch failed to function. That situation gained significant attention on social media. The video she posted of her struggle to open the frozen door handle was viewed over 10 million views on Twitter. But in the tweet accompanying the video, she said, I bet you they didn't think of ice in the Tesla design. That video shows the Tesla covered in that thin layer. They had some freezing rain that kind of highlighted the severity of the storm. But all right. Meanwhile, we'll switch from right in the midst of all this negativity about electric vehicles. A report this past day which says the United States' biggest commercial truck and engine builders are betting that the freight industry is ready to swap diesel fuel pumps for battery chargers. The diesel engine maker plans to build a $2 billion battery factory in Mississippi to produce batteries for commercial trucks. The plant, which the companies will operate as a joint venture, is expected to begin producing battery cells in 2027. The plant in Mississippi's Marshall County, south of Memphis, Tennessee, will be the nation's largest dedicated to batteries for commercial vehicles. Initial output projected to be enough batteries annually to power more than 40,000 medium and heavy-duty trucks. The investment is a big bet that the typically risk-averse trucking industry will start to convert rapidly to alternative power as the new government standards for engine exhaust makes it significantly more expensive and restrictive to buy and operate diesel trucks. Daimler, the maker of Freightliner trucks, the market leader in heavy-duty truck sales, while PACCAR, with their Peterbilt and Kenworth brands, would be number 2. Battery electric trucks and buses have been available for years, but manufacturers haven't been nearly as aggressive as the consumer vehicle industry in pivoting production toward battery electric models. Various states and the federal government starting to apply more pressure on the manufacturers and reluctant truckers to get on board with zero-emission vehicles. Jennifer Rumsey, chief executive of Cummins Engine, says the timing of this plant is intentional. The demand is going to grow as the regulations continue to drive a reduction in emissions. Sales of battery electric trucks are a minuscule part of the 600,000 commercial trucks sold in the U.S. and Canada. Trucking companies, I would say rightfully so, have mostly refrained from buying the vehicles. First, the concern about the cost, then durability, as well as a lack of charging infrastructure to support all these trucks on long hauls. The absence of a used market for electric trucks has also been an impediment, since most trucking companies count on selling their trucks to recover some of their costs. Beginning this year, California will require 5% of the truck manufacturers' sales of heavy-duty tractors and 9% of other trucks sold in that state to be zero-emission vehicles. 10 other states are scheduled to follow suit with increasingly larger sales volume requirements over the next 3 years. The Environmental Protection Agency will require diesel engine makers to further reduce nitrogen oxide emissions, a component in smog, by about 80% starting in 2027. That's expected to lead the manufacturers to double the treatment and the filtering systems that now apply to diesel engine exhaust, which analysts estimate will likely add about $30,000 to the cost of a new heavy-duty tractor truck. They are considering a move to require a large reduction in carbon dioxide emissions by the early 2030s, which analysts say would effectively force the trucking industry to switch to more electric-powered vehicles. Can you see the hole that this government, this administration, a.k.a. the Biden administration, essentially forcing us into. We are digging a hole. And at some point in time, Chicago, hello, Tesla owners, Exhibit A. Can you imagine the entire northern tier of the country? All these electric-powered big trucks stranded all over the damn countryside. No way to recharge. And, of course, when the battery's dead, you don't have any heat. At what cost? How many lives will be lost in this venture to save the planet? The Mississippi legislature on Thursday approved a package of public infrastructure investments, grants, and tax incentives for the construction of the truck and engine builders' planned battery plant. It's expected to employ about 2,000 people. Daimler, PACCAR, and Cummins Clean Power Unit will each own 30% of the plant, according to Cummins. The companies will use the battery cells from the plant to assemble the proprietary battery packs for their own electric drivetrains. The remaining 10% stake in the plant will be held by EVE Energy, a battery maker based in China that is providing the technology and the materials for the plant to make lithium iron phosphate batteries, known as LFP. LFP batteries are mainly used in China. They've been gaining a following in the U.S. because they cost less to produce than the nickel and cobalt batteries that have been used in the past in vehicles in the U.S. and Europe. The lithium needed to make the LFP batteries right now is obviously pretty much sourced from China. Cummins said EVE Energy will help their U.S. partners develop domestic supply chains for the batteries. In other words, the Chinese are saying, yeah, we'll help you. I wouldn't bank on it. Either way, improving the availability of materials and having a domestic plant making truck-specific batteries will help lower the cost of electric trucks, which are often 2 to 3 times more expensive than the comparable diesel truck. And yes, batteries are the single most expensive part of an electric truck. I'm thinking most of this piece had probably been put together in the announcement from Daimler and Cummins prior to this week's outbreak of Arctic air and what they're witnessing unfolding right before their very eyes. We're going to build this multi-billion-dollar electric battery truck plant in Mississippi. Let's see what the fallout with all these electric vehicles, the negativity, Tesla, and I'm sure Tesla's not the only electric vehicle that's having problems out in the cold. That is the most common electric vehicle out there. But I guarantee they're all experiencing big-time problems. And just think, the coldest air of the season's coming in over the weekend. Hello, 5-7.
Hey, yeah, it's barely. I think I'm in the 40s. Dry, beautiful weather. But I want to talk about Trump and that case that's got going on. But while you were talking, I'm thinking, now you're in California, everything's got to be electric. You got some mountains up there, you're cold. You're sitting up in the mountains in your cruiser. You got the radios, computers. I'm happy to tell you all that. By the time they get in those cars, they'll shut them off. Because you've got to have the heat or the air conditioner in the desert down there. So, I think law enforcement's going to have a rougher time than most anybody else because they use them cars up in a year's time.
Mm-hmm.
They might not even get a year's time of use out of them things before their batteries get bad. That would be interesting. You're running down a California highway in your Yugo, trying to get away from a California highway patrol. He's got all them lights and flashing, and he's slowly drifting behind. he goes to call for help, and he gets even further behind. So, I don't know. Crazy. Oh, by the way, Augusta, Georgia are waiting on they just got the first one, but they're waiting on their 9 electric buses. So somebody in government over there in Augusta hasn't seemed to been reading the emails, keeping up. They're still settling things. Donald Trump, yeah, I know he's costing himself some money by running his mouth, but I just want everybody to remember this. He was charged for sexual assault first, all right? But I got an argument with some boys down there at the shop, liberals, and I said, you know what? If you accuse me of sexual assault, they didn't convict him of it, and you know why? And they go, why? And I said, well, the woman couldn't tell the second, she couldn't tell the minute, she couldn't tell the hour, she couldn't even tell the day, she couldn't tell the week or the month or the year that the assault happened.
Somewhere down the line it happened.
Yeah, and you know what? And I go, you know why she couldn't tell that? And they go, well, we don't know. I said, yeah, because Donald Trump, everything, he's got a record of everything he's doing. Right. They know where that man's at all times. So they'd be at risk if they said it was on Tuesday at 3 p.m. and such, that all they have to do is look up his official records where he was, because he's got bodyguards everywhere he goes. And, of course, Donald Trump said that he doesn't know her, didn't meet her. They got a picture of them in a crowd, and I'm thinking, back in the day, Donald Trump was like Epstein. He had the money, and everybody wanted him to invest in their ideas, and getting the picture with Donald Trump was a big deal. So I got that. And I hate to defend him back in because he was a Democrat. So, so every time you hear that radio program, just remember, he was convicted of sexual misbehavior or whatever. And I still don't know how you do that, because the main charge got thrown out because they didn't know the year, the month, the hour, the week, the hour. So we're back down there. So hey, if you, it's New York City court, man. He needs to move everything he got out of that city, and all the rest of them up there. Remember, if you're conservative, it might be time to move out of that city. It's a mess. Other than that, enjoyed the show. Go sit back, enjoy the rest of it.
All right, we'll look forward to it. Thank you so much. 5-7 over and out. And we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, on a Friday, and yes, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Robert, I believe, is that correct? Hello, Robert.
Yes, it is, Steve. So, getting back onto the Tesla thing, I'm actually plowing snow right now. I work for a county here in Ohio. And we all know how much our government loves to tax us. So we get all our funding from mostly gas tax.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the government going to do when we're charging cars at our house? How are they going to tax them? I mean, are we just going to come out with a road tax, or are we going to come out with, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you govern it?
I mean, they've been testing. I think they're testing a per mile tax, taxing vehicles for the number of miles. There's several different tests going on around the country, but yeah, I mean. I think someone last week mentioned that their area was implementing like a flat tax for vehicle registration when you renew your tags or whatever for all electric vehicles to make up for that lost revenue.
I was going to say, because so in each county in Ohio, so the gas tax comes across and it's flat rate. So again, then it gets split between, I don't know, there's like 50 counties here. And that gets split evenly, so we all get the same money. And then it comes down to your county and registration. So I think for registration for your car for a year here is like $60. I mean, not killing you. So it's just, at what point, how do they just keep getting away with it? And, we're sitting here having to, we're trying to make our roads nice. And,
sure.
We're trying to make it decent. And they're actually, we've had meetings about it, on how much money we've actually lost in just the short amount of time that gas or electric cars have came out. And, I mean, what are we talking, 3-4 years now that they've really just made an impact?
And the minimal number that are out there right now, I think they make up like maybe 6% of the vehicles. If all these government mandates, when you get up, you think they're losing money now. Wait till they get into the 20 and 30% range of electric vehicles. The numbers are going to be off the charts.
Correct. And you come out with a mile rate, but I mean, it's just like, everybody that's listening to this, and I think anybody.
Which county gets the miles, right? Hold that thought, Robert. We got to get a news break.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. A landmark Department of Justice report is released into the failings of law enforcement officers who responded to the mass school shooting in Uvalde, Texas in 2022.
Failures in leadership, in tactics, in communications, in training, and in preparedness.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking on the 600-page DOJ report that says the shooting could have been stopped sooner.
33 students and 3 of their teachers were trapped in a room with an active shooter for over an hour as law enforcement officials remained outside.
An appeals court decision is a loss for Apple and anyone who ordered a new Apple Watch. While the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products, the Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling that upholds the ban. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, do that. Dial us up here on a Friday morning. Let me see. I'm going to get back to Robert here. I did a quick search during the break. How many states are actually charging EV purchasers the prospect of saving money on gas? One of the major draws for EV owners. But the rise of state EV fees, often $200 or more per year, is reducing the benefit of owning a battery-powered car. A new Texas law went into effect September 1, adding a $200 annual fee for EV drivers. That becomes the 8th state to have EV fees of that amount or greater. At least 24 other states have electric vehicle fees, typically $100 or more per year. The justification for the fees is the loss of state revenue that typically comes in from the gas taxes. EV drivers, of course, don't fuel up. They're not chipping any gas tax revenue, which is used to pay for roads and bridges, and proponents of state EV fees say all drivers should be on the hook for these costs. Well, meanwhile, critics of the fees argue that they disincentivize the adoption of electric vehicles, and it's a setback to our climate goals. But okay, but you're 100% correct there, Robert. So that's 24 states now charging fees.
Yeah, but $100? I mean, I put $100 in my truck.
Right.
In 2 weeks.
But how much of that? How much is that? I'm not sure what the gas tax, like for gas.
I think it's like 81 cents.
Okay,
it's
so
pretty high.
It's.
I mean, it's not like horrible. It's not California, thank God.
They're not contributing anything near what the gas-powered vehicles would be paying. In other words.
No, and then if you go to the mileage base, and I mean, I'll speak for anybody that's ever bought a used car. What do you put on that title that you paid for it? You don't put that full price. So how do you regulate the mileage?
Mm-hmm.
You buy a car, you paid $1,000 for it, you're going to put $200 on there, just so you don't have to pay as much in taxes for the title.
Yep.
If you can escape it, why not? But I just don't understand how. I mean, the benefits from it aren't nearly as good as, death, gas, anything. A volcano erupts and we put out as much emission as we have in a million years, and we haven't even been on this earth for a million years. It just doesn't make sense to me. And you start saying, well, America needs to do its part. And it's like, well, you got India over here that doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
You got China over here.
Oh yeah,
that
they're doing absolutely nothing. You're right. I mean, China's building coal-fired plants right now, and they're using all the coal we otherwise would have been burning here. So,
right, and it's just getting to the point now. It's just like America always does. They're like that stepmom that thinks they're gonna take care of the other kids. It's just I don't understand that why we have to pick up everybody else's slack.
Right, exactly.
And give up so much of our, I'm going to say, freedom.
Yeah.
And our tax dollars that don't even, when's the last thing you heard anything about Ukraine? Because for me, it's been a couple months. And there for a while, it was everything. And how much money has went over there? We should know what's going on.
Yeah, there's still a holdup on that until they agree to do something with the southern border. Well, real quick, Robert, before I let you go, you are a first-time caller, I do believe, correct?
Yes. Yeah, my dad put me on the show this afternoon. I told him I was going to be plowing snow. He's a truck driver. He's been driving for almost 30 years now. And he said, try this show out. And then you got talking about Teslas. And I was like, well, it fits my narrative.
There you go. So. All right. Well, as a first-time caller, I've got your number here. We're going to hook you up with a $60 code so we can introduce you to the Hot Shot Secret products. Has Dad explained that to you yet?
He has not.
No? Okay. Well, Hot Shot Secret. It's they've got fuel additives for diesel or gas engines. I would recommend when you get your code, ask Dad about it first of all. But if you got a gas engine, get you a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator to go in the oil, and then Gasoline Extreme for the gas side. That'll give you a full clean out on both, and you'll see an improvement in the way your vehicle runs.
All righty. Well, I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you for listening, and you have a great weekend.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, and don't be a stranger. I'm glad Dad introduced you to the program when you're out there. I guess probably the first time this year you've had a chance to get out there and make a few bucks plowing the snow, right? Those people that plow the parking lots at the malls and the big box stores and all that, they've been praying for a plowable snow this time of year. A lot of them have like a lawn service during the summer months, cutting grass and things of that nature. Then wintertime rolls around. What do? Ain't nobody needing lawn service. Many of them get into the snow biz, throwing the salt, plowing the parking lots and all that in those winter months. All right, so I got your number there, $60 code for Robert. A little more on they break down some of the numbers here. I was kind of, when I ask them, when I'm putting gas in my tank. Okay, so I'm paying $2.79 per gallon. I think right about is what we're paying now. But how much of that goes to, is it 8 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents per gallon? It varies from state to state, right? Now, this report from about 6 months ago said state EV fees are often pretty comparable to how much owners of a traditional gas-powered vehicle would pay in gas taxes. Driver of a typical 2021 model year vehicle covering 15,000 miles annually would pay about $227 in state gas tax in Ohio. It would be $184 in Georgia. The average real-world fuel economy for that year was 25.4 miles per gallon, the 21 model year. The Ohio and Georgia gas taxes are 38.5 cents and 31.2 cents per gallon, respectively. So there's the answer, 38.5 a gallon. The states charging the highest annual EV fees are Washington right now at $225, Georgia $211, Alabama at $203. Money's analysis found 4 other states charge $200 extra annually for EV owners: Arkansas, Ohio, West Virginia, and Wyoming. Most, but not all, of the states with the highest EV fees are considered red or red-leaning politically states. States typically charge drivers for EV ownership through registration fees, although the rules vary in some areas. They will rise each year on a number of states based on inflation. Right now, more than 30 states have extra fees for EV drivers, and the list will surely grow as states like Kentucky implement fees in the future. The missed gas tax revenue could become a more serious issue for the states that don't charge extra fees as more Americans switch to electric vehicles. At the same time as states and federal governments are incentivizing the purchase of EVs with tax credits, they're also introducing hefty annual fees to make that ownership less attractive. Registration rules not the only instances of states enacting road funding laws that run counter to efforts to encourage EV adoption. 7 states right now actually have taxes on electric vehicle charging. Car shoppers must already cope with higher prices if they want to switch to an EV, and high annual registration fees will undoubtedly make them less attractive. Despite EV price cuts in 2023, new electric vehicles are still much more expensive than gas-powered. Average price for an electric vehicle was $53,469 in July of last year, compared to the average new vehicle price of $48,334, according to Kelley Blue Book. But then, again, the story I shared just a few minutes ago, the cost of charging in these winter, bitterly cold temperatures, that the family's saying that they had to charge 6 times in a day, $25, $30 a pop. What the hell? That is outrageous. While we're on it, one further tidbit. 5-7 mentioned they just put the order in for some electric buses there. Where was that? The place in Georgia, I think. Just had the story a couple of days ago out of London, where the big push for electric vehicles is they're way ahead of us. Electric double-decker buses in London had been taken out of service. They now say they will remain in service despite growing safety concerns after one burst into flames in Wimbledon during the school run. A huge blast ripped off the back of one of the double-decker 1050 buses. It comes nearly 2 years after all, they call them Metro Deckers, the familiar double-decker red buses we see in London, were temporarily taken out of service for safety checks when 2 were involved in a fire at Potter's Bar bus garage. They were returned to service days later. More than 80 Metro-Decker buses operate on 8 London routes around the capital. Now, the City Hall Conservatives have called on the mayor to withdraw all buses until the cause of this latest blaze is known. But Transport for London, which has about 1,000 electric buses across their network, said they will not withdraw any Metro-Deckers and insist they are safe. London's bus network remains safe to use, and other buses in the fleet remain in service. TfL and bus operators will not hesitate to take action if required to ensure the network remains safe. While firefighters continue to investigate, one fire expert said it was most likely due to an electrical fault, and they don't think it was linked to the lithium batteries. Meanwhile, a second London bus burst into flames several days later, completely destroying it. That was like less than 24 hours after the Wimbledon incident. This was a hybrid vehicle that caught fire. Onlookers shouting, "What the F?" as they were urged to move back, get back. The bus involved was an Alexander Dennis Enviro 400 hybrid that runs on diesel and electricity, with about 900 in use in London, 900 of those buses. This all comes as Mr. Khan faced calls to launch a full urgent investigation into the Wimbledon double-decker explosion as he plows ahead with his stated ambition to make the capital's entire bus fleet zero emissions by 2034. But this just the latest example of safety faults with electric vehicles, which were the fastest growing cause of fires in the capital last year, according to the London Fire Brigade. In 2023, there were 150 electric bike fires in London, along with 28 electric scooter fires, which was 53% more than in the year 2022. It's just, the more EVs you put on the road, the more these fire incidents will continue to get up. Well, let's see. Vic's on board coming up here. We're going to talk a little bit about electric vehicles, I do believe, right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Friday, TGIF. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, one item last night on the program, talking to Vic about China screwing around. It's still, messing around with viruses. And, Rand Paul of Kentucky this past day spoke out, saying that the viruses that China is currently working with are many times more lethal than COVID-19 and could cause mortality worse than the Black Plague if they were to escape the lab. The only thing we were lucky with COVID is that the death rate was 0.3%, which was still a lot of people, and I don't want to downplay that. But they're working with viruses in the lab that have a 5 to 50% mortality. Now, if a virus escapes with 50% mortality, it'll be worse than the Black Plague in the 14th century when a third of Europe died. If a third of America dies or a third of the world dies, we won't have potable water. There won't be chlorine in the water. There won't be the ability to feed people. There will be war and rioting in the streets. There won't be enough food. Society would descend into chaos if half the people died on the planet. Now, Paul said, although the U.S. has stopped funding for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, there is still funding going on in other parts of China. To my knowledge, there are still subcontracts that go through American universities to military research in China. So all the money we send to China should stop. Yeah, it may not make them stop doing this crazy research, but that should stop. Beyond that, there are at least 12 different laboratories in the United States doing gain-of-function research, he said. All this needs to be reviewed for safety. Then there needs to be more controls on how our money is spent domestically that we can control. So I'm working on legislation, hoping to get a Democrat on board that we can set up an independent commission. Not people who receive the money. Nobody can be a decider on whether this is dangerous that also receives the money. That's been a problem in the past. Ask if the National Institutes of Health are aware of reports of China's new, more lethal COVID strain. He said, we know nothing of what goes on in the NIH. They are more secretive than the CIA. They won't reveal any deliberations. We've had virtually no conversations with them. I've been trying to get records from them. We oversee them. That's my job. I'm on the ranking Republicans on the Health Committee overseeing the NIH, and they refuse to cooperate. This, he says, is a real problem. It's government run amok. Some of this is classified. Most of it is non-classified. But if you have a government operating outside of any kind of scrutiny, this is very dangerous. Okay, so, yeah, the one virus, China just released that paper saying a 100% mortality rate in humanized mice, which we talked about last evening. But, yeah, Vic, welcome aboard on a Friday.
Yeah, I'll continue on that. You're talking about these viruses just a little bit before I get into these electric vehicles. Nixon, although he was a favorite president, everybody loved to hate, Nixon just called a halt to all that back in 1971. And if you go back and look, he said there was going to be no more of this biological warfare research or any of this. And then later on we had treaties. And nobody is supposed to be doing that anymore. And we have destroyed, I think, most of our chemical and biological warfare stuff. So, because that was a big problem back in the 80s and 90s, what were they going to do with all the stuff that they had then? And why we're still doing business with China still amazes me. And in the agricultural sector, that's all they can talk about is selling to China and trade with China and everything else. And it's like, I think we need to be putting more emphasis on what we're doing, because last night when you mentioned those pangolins that had that virus, that was originally where they thought that actually came from, was from an agricultural research lab there in southern China. I've forgotten the place. And whenever the Red Army essentially found out that they had this pangolin that was frosting at the mouth instead of, they're like an anteater, and they eat ants. Well, they started feeding them some mice or something or whatever it was, and they moved them then up to that Wuhan lab there. So they had a lot of research done, and unfortunately, the people at the World Health Organization, they ran cover for China, and the guy, I forgot what his name was, but anyway, I think he's the one of them still around now, and he's still running cover for the Chinese, and the Interpol people. I don't know if you know that or not, but I don't know whatever happened. He was like a Chinese guy that was like second in command at Interpol or something like that. He didn't toe the party line, and I don't think he's ever been found since. So, you know, why? And then to kind of skip to another subject. Well, last night when I was talking about the sludge thing, and Philip from Florida there called in, and he didn't know where the trucks were hauling all that sewage sludge. They were hauling it to farmlands, and back at the time, the USDA and EPA was just coming into existence, said, oh, that's the solution for getting rid of that. Well, what they found out was that all those forever chemicals and everything, they were actually being transmitted through to animals and everything else, and eventually to humans. And now you can't sell any thing labeled organic if that sludge has been used on farmland. And I think this year the guy had a good farm, you know, where they buy farm-based meat and everything. I think the EPA put him out of business because they claimed that, you know, he was selling beef that was still contaminated with those forever chemicals, the plastics and everything. So if the plastics are getting through, I would imagine that any of the viruses or bacteria, they've probably taken up.
All right, well, you know, let's pause there, Vic, because we're closing out another hour, but we will come back, and I know he wanted to talk about the electric vehicles and the battery supply. Stick around.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Millions of Americans are again facing dangerous sub-freezing and near-zero wind chills with ice in the Pacific Northwest, challenging commuters as well. Roads remain slick across much of the country.
The reality is it's so much harder to stop.
AAA's Regina Cooper-Ali. At least 9 people have died so far because of the weather. 6 in Tennessee, 2 in New Jersey, and 1 in Mississippi. The National Weather Service had wind chill advisories or warnings in effect for 26 states, from North Dakota to Florida. The Northeast, especially along the I-95 corridor, will have wind chills in the single digits. More than a dozen Democrats are joining with Republican House lawmakers to denounce President Biden's policies at the border. A resolution passed in the GOP-controlled House of Representatives on Wednesday. It called for an end to what they consider open border policies at the White House. 14 Democrats joined in, voting yes on that resolution. This as House Republicans seek to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over his handling of the border crisis. Just off an historic victory on the campaign trail in Iowa, Donald Trump was quickly back spending time dealing with legal issues in New York City. On Wednesday, in the new E. Jean Carroll defamation trial in Manhattan, Trump has no love for Judge Lewis Kaplan.
And that's a nasty man. He's a nasty judge. He's a Trump-hating guy.
Language like that, spoken loud enough for jurors to hear on Wednesday, was enough for Judge Kaplan to threaten to toss Trump out. Last year, a jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing Carroll. She got $5 million in damages in that verdict. Trump claims that he is the victim in the case, not Carroll. Catherine, Princess of Wales, recovering in a hospital after successful abdominal surgery. The operation was planned, and she will have to remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days, followed by recovery at Windsor Castle. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Israel-Hamas war is raging on in the Gaza Strip. Civilians in the region are fleeing as Israeli forces have attacked the area around Gaza's main hospital. It comes as medicine was delivered for Israeli hostages in exchange for additional humanitarian aid for the Palestinians in the area. NYPD officers may have found their suspect in a serial stabbing case that prompted a citywide manhunt this week. Over the past 9 days, 4 men and 1 woman have been stabbed randomly in Queens.
Who's walking around the street, randomly stabbing people with a hunting knife. There is no connection to the individuals, and it seems to be unprovoked.
Police think the same person's responsible for at least 2 other stabbings since January 8th. On Wednesday, New York officers took a man into custody they believe to be their suspect. Americans are continuing to spend more money at the grocery store. According to HelpAdvisor.com, folks in California, Nevada, Mississippi, and Washington spent the most on groceries, while households in Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and Michigan spent the least. The blockbuster 2023 biopic examining J. Robert Oppenheimer's role in the world-changing Manhattan atomic bomb project will be streaming soon. Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer hits the Peacock streaming channel on February 16th. Since its release in theaters back in July, the movie's garnered more than $950 million at the global box office. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That's my cue as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. As we turn the page on the calendar, 19th day of January coming on. All right, this hour. Interesting you'd show that. Throw that my way. Pappy sent me a link to a headline this past day from Breitbart News. The big headline, Border Showdown. It says Texas must give the feds access by January 18th or else, says the Biden administration. Well, January 18th was this past day, and this past day, the state of Texas gave the Biden administration the big double-barrel middle finger. They did. Yeah, I'll give you the rest of the story on that coming up here. First, let me get back. Vic, we are talking electric vehicles and battery supplies for electric vehicles, all that good stuff. Welcome back, Vic.
Yeah. Well, Steve, oddly enough, that the battery and the lithium supply kind of ties into that whole deal there on the border because I don't understand why these American companies are cutting deals that go through China.
Yep.
Because China just locked up all the lithium in Brazil. Where were the American companies in the and the government? Why are we not locking up the lithium supplies around the world, even though we do have a better battery technology that the Chinese were never supposed to get? I believe that they use vanadium, but that's another metal other than lithium, which is in pretty free supply. It's not restricted, and it's not nearly as difficult to mine or cause as much actual pollution as the lithium mining does. So I have to wonder, why do we keep going hand in hand to the Chinese when we have the upper hand, but we seem to be determined to do that. And the other thing is, back in the early 90s, there was something called, have you ever heard of EV1, Electric Vehicle 1?
Not familiar.
That was, yeah, well, if you looked that up, there was, I was thinking it was at General Motors, and then eventually everybody was experimenting with electric vehicles then. And the kind of, I guess they were glorified golf carts pretty well back then with the deep cycle marine batteries and all that. And it was pretty rude and crude back then, but that was whenever we had the big energy crisis and all that. Everybody's trying to figure out how to cut down on the cost of their fuel or whatever you're going to call it. But anyway, the engineer that was working on that, he had come up with something, I forget what it was. But a long story short, he was making quite a bit of progress, and Bill Clinton came along and said, well, we're going to have a consortium of the big three automakers, and they're going to come up with an electric vehicle. Of course, they didn't do anything until Obama come along, and then he forced them back into it. Remember that whole crisis. But the engineer that was working, I think it was on EV1, and I'm not exactly sure. It might have been Chrysler. Anyway, he came up with some other technology and things that some people didn't like very well, and he mysteriously died. So the government, it's not so much that they want these electric vehicles. They want them in their way and designed their way and their supplies. And that's just not the way the market works. Because like on this, you're talking about all these different batteries and charging and going dead and everything. The charging stations, the design of those charging stations, I don't know why they would freeze up or anything, because when you run an industrial plant or something like that, they don't buy the same type of electricity like a household does. They buy primary power from the energy company, and that's the high voltage stuff. And usually a plant will have their own set of transformers and everything that will step things down. So I would think that these charging stations that they're setting up, it would look like that they would at least be designed to where that you would have transformers in them that would make sure that you could get power to them. And I don't understand how these charging stations could be freezing up. And the same thing with the batteries they're using for these vehicles. I know here in Indianapolis, I think you had a story on it last winter. They went to those electric buses, and most of them were freezing up and weren't staying on time, and people were missing work and quite upset. So it's just beyond me exactly how they're designing these things. And when you were mentioning the cost of everything, basically 1 kilowatt hour of electricity uses 32 British thermal units, or BTUs. And I don't know what that translates to gasoline, but I know it doesn't take very much gasoline to make 32 BTUs or diesel fuel or anything else. So the company, the reason I brought that up is somewhere along the line, you're going to find these states and everything, they're going to try to come up with some sort of equivalent. It's like, well, if you use this much electricity or whatever, that would be the same as so much gasoline and fuel. I can guarantee you they're going to come up with some sort of a formula rather than just a flat cost. And when we got into this EV thing, I really thought they were going to go with the hybrids, because until they worked into this and got everything pretty well smoothed out, because that's the way it should have went. And with these big trucks, my big question is, are they going to allow these big trucks to still have these APUs on, the auxiliary power units, to where that they can actually generate some of their own electricity till they could get to a decent charging station? I mean, there is so many questions there, and there's so much stuff running through my mind right now that there's a lot of people out there I know that know what I'm talking about, the Y transformers and the D and the, what's called the Delta transformers. There's differences there. And the amount of whether they're going to have 3-phase or single phase, and there's so much stuff that has to be designed, and the government has said, okay, if you're a Fortune 500 company, you have to agree with this ESG, or SEC will come after you if you're using too much fossil fuel. And it's I don't know exactly. I guess I would say it's a Rube Goldberg system at this point. It's not thought out, and they're not really letting what I would call the design engineers work on it, because it would be it would be nice to have an electric vehicle to where you could just basically make short runs or even long runs, but the power has to get there, and somewhere along the line, whether it's wind, solar, fossil fuels, or whatever, you're going to have to generate that power, and then you're going to lose 30% of it in generation. So, it's just generating the power in what's called line losses. So I'm still trying to figure out how the government thinks that we're going to just make this wholesale switch. What is it, by 2030, and California's mandating all this. Well, you can mandate, I can use that term, but anyway, you can mandate till the cows come home. But the simple fact of the matter is that there are, laws of nature and laws of physics, and there's only so much that is possible. And the electric vehicles, they might work well in I would say, moderate climates, because you get in the real hot climates, heat will do just as much damage to a battery as cold will. You've probably seen that before in the summertime.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever a battery will literally start discharging itself because of the heat. So we have so much to learn, and we have a good base of knowledge due to the space program, because all of those deep space vehicles, they run on some sort of a radioactive system, a fuel cell. Mostly they're some form of a radioactive system that was developed by Martin Marietta Corporation. It's called the radioisotope thermal generator. So I just have to believe that somebody has decided this is the way we're going to go. A lot of people have invested a lot of money in the lithium ion thing, and they're not going to give up on it. And I just have to say it comes back to the old saying of following the money. So I don't know at what point, people are going to say, to heck with this. What we want our fossil fuel vehicles back, and that's like the companies there that are sponsoring you. If they could, they have additives that cause the fossil fuel to burn cleaner, and like there you were talking about was stable. They have a proprietary formula that makes sure the gasoline stays good. Which that means that it burns good. And there's a lot of people, myself included, that really leave their vehicles and stuff set a lot, and obviously they don't get that good of fuel mileage if you don't do something to make sure you keep the fuel alive. And there is absolutely no research at all going on to extend the amount of power that you get out of a gallon of gasoline. And the last I knew, you only get 30% of the power out of a gallon of gasoline anyway. And that's where all your emissions come from. But there is no research whatsoever done on that, because basically they don't want the fossil fuels. And they've gotten absolutely convinced they want battery-powered electric vehicles. They've pretty much forgotten about the fuel cells. And Lord, I studied that clear back in the 1960s. And the fuel cells, they don't need any battery power or anything. They just need, like ethanol or some sort of fuel or something for that. So that basically what I'm trying to say is that we're being led down the primrose trail of battery-powered electric vehicles, and battery-powered, the type that they're using, one way or another, has never really been all that reliable. And Henry Ford, when he made one for electric vehicle for his wife back in 1910, found that out real quick. And the reason he made the electric vehicle for his wife was she couldn't crank the old Model Ts. And it's kind of odd that here it is, 2023, and we're still back trying to use the technology that Henry Ford developed in 1910. And with that, I'll just let you go, Steve.
Thank you much. Very good. Yeah, I did a quick search, as you mentioned, on the EV1. I did not realize. From, I believe this, J.D. Power had this report here like a year or so ago, saying that hardly anybody doubts electric vehicles are the future. Not only are they more environmentally friendly, but they also often match internal combustion engine cars in performance. When you think about cars like that, the first thing that comes to mind is Elon Musk's Tesla. that gives off the impression they appeared on the market recently and are somewhat of a novelty. This is, however, not true. The history of electric cars is almost 200 years old. They were introduced even earlier than models with internal combustion engines. One of the representatives is GM EV1. But can we call it the first electric car? They said the starting point in the history of electric cars was 1898, when Jean-Todt Duc, which reached speeds of over 37 miles an hour, was invented. At the end of the 19th century, La Jammes Contante was introduced, offering a speed of 62 miles an hour. The first hybrid, which combined gas and electric engine, appeared in 1916. Before 1920, electric cars were as popular as vehicles with internal combustion engines. Moreover, in 1912, two friends, Henry Ford and Thomas Edison, had the idea of exploring the car market by filling it with quality and affordable electric transport. The hood would have the Ford logo and the Edison battery underneath. However, the idea did not come to fruition. Edison's laboratory in West Oregon, or Orange, with documentation, went up in flames. As for Henry Ford, he made an assembly line and began to produce cars equipped with gas engines at an unprecedented rate. They kind of go in to explain what is an EV1, the characteristics, and we'll delve maybe a bit more into that. First, I'm going to get to Pappy. I think he's out there. How are the road conditions tonight, Pappy?
They could be better, Steve.
That's what I thought.
You know what? To be honest, it's like a flurry.
Yes.
But I guess because the ground's been so cold for so long, man, it's covering the roads. I mean, ODOT's out. County engineers are out. It's slick. As long as you slow down, you should be all right. That little miniature truck stop there to Shell at Dry Fork and Harrison, it's standing room only in there. The truckers are smart. They got that parking lot filled to the brim, Steve. They're getting off the highways. But it's manageable. It's just slick. I think we're getting ready to do a level 1, which just means use caution. I think we're getting ready to send that out. So.
Okay. So, I mean, with that, do the kids have school? Or because the grandkids want to know. I think there's a lot of schools on 2-hour delay, and I think normally, about 5 a.m., they assess road conditions and determine, all right, do we want to try it?
Yeah. There's a good chance Steve, to me, it's not all that bad, but Steve, I first got my license and learned how to drive in 1977 and 1978, so what's that tell you, man? They're not that bad, but there's a chance they might close them. I'm sure they're on an hour or two delay.
Yeah.
I haven't really, because mine's out of school now. I don't really pay attention to much of that. But, hey, man. Steve, is this media, man? I mean, it's enough to really, I should be screaming and hollering, raising my voice about the media like we have been doing for so many years now. Steve, I wish you had the ability to put screenshots of news headlines up on your screen so a couple of your listeners that like to call in, even though you could present them the facts, they won't believe it. Going back to the old horse whipping, remember when the Mounted Patrol was whipping the immigrants, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, for how many days did we hear, we're going back to slavery, we're beating them, we're beating the immigrants, people of color, you're all racist. And then the DOJ just put out a statement that the Biden administration lied about that drowning. I know you talked about it earlier.
Yep.
But it's what they get away with, how they lie. And even when they get caught in a lie, Steve, they don't even come out and apologize,
Did you get that email? I know we're getting at the bottom of a break here. I want to touch on a couple things. But you get that little screenshot I sent you on Joe Biden, pretty much giving Texans an ultimatum, a deadline.
I mentioned that Texas gave them the big old double-barrel middle finger yesterday for that deadline.
So what's going to happen, Steve? Are the feds going to go down there and arrest the governor? I mean, what's going to happen here, man?
Texas showdown.
Yes, sir. To think that you got a governor of a state trying to protect the citizens of Texas, right? Eagle talked about this the other night. And you got the federal government preventing them from doing so. Flat out telling them that don't get in our way, or are they threatening to arrest the governor? Arrest any state patrol that's down there getting in the way of Border Patrol? Letting these people cross? Man, what does that tell you? If this ain't done on purpose, I mean, my goodness, man. Man. Phew. Stevie, you seen any of the speeches that they're giving in Davos, World Economic Forum?
Not really. No, I haven't paid much attention. I thought all the world's elite are gathered there, right? I think I did see that Georgia's governor, what's his name, Kemp, I guess he was over there hobnobbing with him. And yesterday, remember Marjorie Taylor Greene had requested that he implement an investigation into the Fannie Willis thing and all that. Kemp's over there in Davos, and he kicked the can. He's saying she needs to submit it to the legislature or something. He doesn't want to get involved.
Steve, you got to listen to what these people are saying. They are flat out telling us what their intentions are. Unbelievable. I'll try to get this one in real quick before the bottom of the hour here, and you got to go to the break. There was a guy up there telling us that humans are no different than animals. You can cut open a animal, you're going to find no rights inside their body. Same way with a human. You can dissect that body, pull out hearts, pull out kidneys. There's no rights inside a human's body. In other words, what he was saying is there's no God-given rights. They don't exist. He cut straight out of their mouth, Steve. That's what they're doing. They're attacking our rights, man. They're going to take them away.
So
we talked about it.
So this Davos, I don't even really, like I said, I haven't paid attention. This is a gathering. Is it like the world elite kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, they get together and powwow and talk about what their plans are in the future, and you need to listen to what they're saying.
So what the future of the world, what their plans are is. All right, we'll pause there and return after this.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A landmark Department of Justice report is released into the failings of law enforcement officers who responded to the mass school shooting in Uvalde, Texas in 2022.
Failures in leadership, in tactics, in communications, in training, and in preparedness.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking on the 600-page DOJ report that says the shooting could have been stopped sooner.
33 students and 3 of their teachers were trapped in a room with an active shooter for over an hour as law enforcement officials remained outside.
An appeals court decision is a loss for Apple and anyone who ordered a new Apple Watch. While the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products, the Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling that upholds the ban. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Okay, I did a quick search. Like I said, I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention. I've seen the headlines about the Davos. So it's the World Economic Forum. That's.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So all the global leaders get together talking about how they can control the world, right?
Steve, I'm telling you, they have came right out and said they were talking about carbon credits.
Yeah.
that you're going to have your own personal carbon credits that you'll be able to monitor, so you know if you're going over your limits. If you drove too many miles in that evil gas-powered engine, you're over your allotment of meat purchases for the week. Steve, they come right out and say this. They came right out and admitted that the digital currency, right, said that it is a way to control the populace for, quote, unwanted spending. They were coming out talking about Elon Musk and X has to be shut down because X is spreading too much disinformation. Steve, I'm telling you, man, they are going to try to silence everybody that doesn't go with their program.
Well, and let me guess, Donald Trump would not fit in their program. So that's a part of, there would be a global effort to make sure he doesn't become the next president.
Yes, sir. I told you we got to stop thinking left and right and Democrat, Republican. This is a global effort to bring in what these globalists want to do. The United States, as we know of it, has to be brought down. We can't have a free society. Steve, I heard something, too, that really, somebody touched on this, I think it was 5-7, maybe it was last night, talking about stress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, there's been some studies out that what stress does to your body, I mean, I'm not saying nothing that nobody don't already know, but apparently that this is more serious what stress can do to your body. And you guys are going to laugh. The higher-ups know this. So they want to stress out the population, Steve. And how do you stress out the population? Wars, terrorist attacks, open the borders, all the stress when you turn on that TV, right? And you watch the countdown or count up of numbers of death, like a football game of COVID-related deaths, to stress out the populace. I don't know, Steve. Man, we are fighting some powerful things here. I hope we can turn this around. And I'm stressing you guys out right now.
So if you can stress, I mean, we know factually that the likes of Gates, and he's undoubtedly one of those that's over there at the World Economic Forum, and his talks about depopulation. We've got to reduce the number of people on the planet if we're going to survive and all that. Yeah, if they can stress us to death, right? Stress you to death.
Yeah. That's another way to do it, Steve. Stress them all out. Attack them from all fronts, right? We're just not going to create our legal wars to drain the population. We're not only going to create... Steve, did you hear this talk? They were even saying this, that there's going to be another pandemic. There's going to be another virus coming, and they're calling it Virus X. Have you heard this?
No, Virus X, okay.
Virus X. Steve, how are these globalists, how can they predict that another pandemic's in our near future?
Well, it sounds like China's working on it.
it sounds like if, which we can pretty much determine, that COVID-19 came from the lab. And it was released from the lab. Now, the question is, was it done purposely or not?
Right.
And I remember me and you having a conversation up on the 6th floor of the parking garage. That's how far back we're going. And I said, Steve, I don't think this was no accident. There's a lot of people thinking this was no accident.
Right.
This was a test trial for the big one. And another way to take your rights away from us. How many rights do we lose during COVID? How many rights did we lose when the Twin Towers came down? If they, Steve, I mean, when you got people, you telling people you can't open your business, you're telling a barbershop he can't go open his business.
Correct.
I mean,
when you tell your churches, your patrons are not allowed to get together and hold church services, not allowed to go to the theater,
and
not allowed
FBI,
can't go inside the restaurant to eat.
You got FBI agents writing license plates numbers down of people in a church parking lot conducting service in the parking lot. So, all right, my man, not to stress you all out, but what's the word of the day? Be prepared.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, happy Friday. Good luck.
I've been saying that.
You get to hit the driveway here in a few minutes, right? You get to call it a day?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I got a week off, the old Kelly week rolling around, Steve.
All right. Very good. All
so
right.
It can snow or do whatever it wants. I don't care. So as long as you all be safe out there, hunker down, stay warm. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
Throw another log on the fire. Hey, got an email from Bradley in regards to the Davos meeting. He said, Pappy is absolutely right. Got to pay attention to what they are saying at this meeting. This is the New World Order Coalition on display. I said, I'm a Catholic, but the Pope is not Catholic, yet he is in total support of their agenda and the installment of a one world religion. This is really scary stuff. And Vic says, oh, by the way, at the Davos gathering, all the escort services, escort, okay, they are sold out. Go figure. All right, it is 844-844-3388. I'm going to grab CJ here. I do believe it is. CJ, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
First-time caller here. As luck would have it, my EPA-certified truck is making me do a parked regen in Toledo, and I ran into Love's here. They do have your tags on the Hot Shot Secret.
Do they? Okay. I appreciate you. And so the Love's Travel Center, and where was that again?
Toledo, Perrysburg, Ohio.
Okay.
And they've also got a special going on right now that if you buy two of them, I think it's like you get $8 in Love's reward points.
Correct. Yep. Okay.
So... good deal there.
I appreciate it. Well, I got to take your number down here. I don't have it. Let me take the number down because we first time caller got two in a row this Friday morning.
Couldn't think of a better day of the week, right?
There you go. Well, one day closer to the best day of the week, as Captain Ron says.
Right.
All right. So how's the road conditions there in the Toledo area? You getting any of the snow there yet, or?
Yeah, I came out of Wellington, Ohio, about an hour west of Cleveland, and the snow got a little bit lighter over this way. The roads are covered, like 280 and all that. They're not horrible yet, though, so give it time, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I know that. I know. North. I don't think you're probably too far west to get any of the lake effect. It's more like north central and northeast Ohio that gets the lake stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Over at home there, I think we're supposed to get 9 inches today into tomorrow, so we get all the fun over there.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know there. That's what I'm glad to hear that. So the tags are on there. Hopefully, the idea that's somebody that purchases the Hot Shot Secret and may not be familiar or maybe used to listen to Steve Summers but didn't know where he went will be able to find the show again. That's the idea. So.
Yeah, I personally found you through Cue Ball through some of his videos, so I was watching some old videos of his, and he did that interview with you down at Matt's.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. I ought to listen to this guy.
Good deal. All right. Thank you so much, CJ. Well, don't be a stranger now. Give us a ring sometime, all right?
Absolutely.
And I've got
your
number.
You have a good one, Steve.
I got your number here. I'll pass this on to Mindy for your $60 Hot Shot Secret code.
All right. I appreciate it. You have a good one.
Have a great Friday and a good weekend. Pappy sent me the link from the headline via the New York Post under the business section. Business. That's an interesting section. Headline: Prostitutes charge Davos attendees $2,500 a night as sex work demand booms. Yeah. They use the term escorts. Would you like an escort this evening? Yes, I'd love to have a pretty young woman on my arm. Prostitutes, $2,500 a night. Sold out at Davos. There's our world leaders, of course, telling us what to do, right? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so the Associated Press story out of Davos, Switzerland says the Earth is heating up, as is the conflict in the Middle East. The world economy and Ukraine's defense against Russia are sputtering along. Artificial intelligence could upend all of our lives. The to-do list of global priorities has grown for this year's edition of the World Economic Forum, the gab fest of business, political, and other elites in the alpine snows of Davos, Switzerland. It's been going all week. It actually closes out today. Over 60 heads of state and government, including the Israeli President Isaac Herzog, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, headed into town for public appearances and closed-door talks. They'll be among the more than 2,800 attendees. Academics, artists, international organization leaders. The gathering is mostly high-minded ambition. Think business innovation, aims for peacemaking and security cooperation, or life-changing improvements in health care. And a venue for decision makers in an array of fields and industries to all connect with one another. It's also regularly panned by critics as an emblem, as one Swiss sociologist over the past weekend blasting the forum, saying this is simply a gathering of the richest and most powerful who are actually responsible for today's wars and crisis. So they kind of broke down the to-do list, things they're discussing. The messy Middle East, undoubtedly. Artificial intelligence, a testament to how technology has taken a large growing slice of attention. The theme of artificial intelligence as a driving force for the economy and society will host 30 different sessions. The emergence of OpenAI's ChatGPT over a year ago and some of the rivals since then have elevated the power, the promise, and potential of artificial intelligence into greater public view. OpenAI chief Sam Altman is in Davos with top executives from Microsoft that helped bankroll his company's rise. Artificial intelligence in education, the impact on creativity, all part of the menu. Forum organizers warned last week that the threat posed by misinformation generated by AI, such as through the creation of synthetic content, is the world's greatest short-term threat right now. Democracies, okay, what do they talk? Trying once again to save the planet. All the lofty hopes in Davos. The perennial one of late has been the search for creative, promising ways to fight climate change. It is no different this year. Top climate scientists from around the world reported that average global temperatures last year obliterated the record highs. The urgency level is rising. John Kerry, who is actually stepping down as Biden's climate advisor, takes part in a paneled discussion on a U.S.-backed initiative that aims to draw the private sector into development of low-carbon technologies. So what else can we do to control the population in the name of science, in the name of climate change? That's all being discussed, or has been being discussed all week long, to which me and I guess many others have been kind of oblivious. Meanwhile, let me get to, Pappy brought up Texas. The Biden administration actually trying to give Governor Abbott and the Attorney General in Texas an ultimatum. You give our department, our Border Patrol, access back to that real estate that you blocked them from a week or so ago, or else what, you might say. Texas is refusing to retreat in the face of a federal demand that it provide Border Patrol unfettered access to the Rio Grande and the city of Eagle Pass. Late last month, if you had missed it, Border Patrol was processing up to 4,000 immigrants per day in that sector, including Eagle Pass. It's the superhighway of illegal immigration. Illegal crossings have always happened, according to Eagle Pass Fire Chief. Yeah, groups of 10 to 12. That was a big group. But now you're seeing 3,000 or 4,000 a damn day. I never thought something like this could happen. Well, earlier this month, Texas took control of Shelby Park in Eagle Pass, with the Texas Military Department issuing a statement saying they would restrict access to organizations that perpetuate illegal crossings in the park and the greater Eagle Pass area. That included the Border Patrol. Leading the Homeland Security General Counsel, Jonathan Mayer, to send a sternly worded letter saying the recent actions by the state of Texas have impeded operations of the Border Patrol. These actions conflict with the authority and duties of the Border Patrol under federal law and are preempted under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. Texas actions also improperly seek to regulate the federal government, he says. Texas actions are clearly unconstitutional and are actively disrupting the federal government's operations, says Meyer, giving Texas until Wednesday to do as it was told and give the Border Patrol full access to the park. Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, says that ain't happening. Double-barrel middle finger. Your letter misstates both the facts and the law in demanding the Texas surrender to President Biden's open border policies. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security should stop wasting scarce time and resources suing Texas and start enforcing the immigration laws that Congress already has on the books. In response to Mayer's claims that Texas was responsible for the death of 3 immigrants that drowned, Paxton replied, "It is the Department of Homeland Security and Biden administration policies that are leading these migrants to risk their lives and sometimes lose them trying to cross the Rio Grande. If you really care about migrants being put into imminent danger of life, your agency should stop driving them into the waters of the river. Nobody drowns on a bridge." Paxton soon left the narrow issue behind and explained to Mayer that your demand letter rests on a more fundamental misunderstanding of federal law and the role of sovereign states within our constitutional order. Noting a claim advanced by Meyer that the Border Patrol has access to any land within 25 miles of the border, Paxton said that this was only for the purpose of patrolling the border to prevent the illegal entry of aliens into the United States. He cited the relevant section of the law. President Biden has ordered your agency to do the exact opposite, keeping the open borders campaign promise. This is not even a pretense that you're trying to prevent the illegal entry of aliens. He had a bit more to say, but we've got to get to our news break there. Final hour just ahead. I love it. Texas standing up to this administration. Somebody's got to stand up to him.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live From the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Millions of Americans are again facing dangerous sub-freezing and near-zero wind chills with ice in the Pacific Northwest, challenging commuters as well. Roads remain slick across much of the country.
The reality is it's so much harder to stop.
AAA's Regina Cooper-Ali. At least 9 people have died so far because of the weather. 6 in Tennessee, 2 in New Jersey, and 1 in Mississippi. The National Weather Service had wind chill advisories or warnings in effect for 26 states, from North Dakota to Florida. The Northeast, especially along the I-95 corridor, will have wind chills in the single digits. More than a dozen Democrats are joining with Republican House lawmakers to denounce President Biden's policies at the border. A resolution passed in the GOP-controlled House of Representatives on Wednesday. It called for an end to what they consider open border policies at the White House. 14 Democrats joined in, voting yes on that resolution. This as House Republicans seek to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over his handling of the border crisis. Just off an historic victory on the campaign trail in Iowa, Donald Trump was quickly back spending time dealing with legal issues in New York City on Wednesday. In the new E. Jean Carroll defamation trial in Manhattan, Trump has no love for Judge Lewis Kaplan.
And that's a nasty man. He's a nasty judge. He's a Trump-hating guy.
Language like that, spoken loud enough for jurors to hear on Wednesday, was enough for Judge Kaplan to threaten to toss Trump out. Last year, a jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing Carroll. She got $5 million in damages in that verdict. Trump claims that he is the victim in the case, not Carroll. Catherine, Princess of Wales, recovering in a hospital after successful abdominal surgery. The operation was planned, and she will have to remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days, followed by recovery at Windsor Castle. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Israel-Hamas war is raging on in the Gaza Strip. Civilians in the region are fleeing as Israeli forces have attacked the area around Gaza's main hospital. It comes as medicine was delivered for Israeli hostages in exchange for additional humanitarian aid for the Palestinians in the area. NYPD officers may have found their suspect in a serial stabbing case that prompted a citywide manhunt this week. Over the past 9 days, 4 men and 1 woman have been stabbed randomly in Queens.
Was walking around the street, randomly stabbing people with a hunting knife. There was no connection to the individuals, and it seems to be unprovoked.
Police think the same person's responsible for at least 2 other stabbings since January 8th. On Wednesday, New York officers took a man into custody they believe to be their suspect. Americans are continuing to spend more money at the grocery store. According to HelpAdvisor.com, folks in California, Nevada, Mississippi, and Washington spent the most on groceries, while households in Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and Michigan spent the least. The blockbuster 2023 biopic examining J. Robert Oppenheimer's role in the world-changing Manhattan atomic bomb project will be streaming soon. Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer hits the Peacock streaming channel on February 16th. Since its release in theaters back in July, the movie's garnered more than $950 million at the global box office. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, get our final hour underway on a Friday morning here. In our first hour, I did share the commercial vehicle restrictions that went into place in the state of Pennsylvania. There are numerous restrictions that kicked in just over an hour ago, 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Larry just sent me an update, or a release, rather, from the state of New Jersey, which is very similar. Commercial vehicle travel restrictions on multiple interstate highways that started at 3 a.m., again, just over an hour ago. Now, it says restrictions do not apply to the New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State Parkway, or Atlantic City Expressway. But the New Jersey Department of Transportation Commissioner has issued a commercial vehicle travel restriction on multiple interstate highways that started this morning. Yeah, we know the wintry weather conditions coming in. Travel restrictions are being ordered and coordinated with neighboring states. In addition to the commercial restrictions, all motorists are encouraged to avoid unnecessary travel on Friday. Now, the commercial vehicle restrictions began at 3 a.m. this morning and will be in place until further notice for the following highways in both directions. Include I-76, the entire length. Let's see, we'll just say the entire length of all of these interstates. I-76, I-78, I-80. 195, 280, 287, 295, 676, the entire length in New Jersey of all of those. The commercial vehicle travel restriction applies to, and in big bold print, all tractor trailers. Exceptions are listed in the administrative order, so all tractor trailers. Also, empty straight CDL weighted trucks, passenger vehicles, pulling trailers, recreational vehicles, and motorcycles. Again, the restriction does not apply to the New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State Parkway, Atlantic City Expressway. Public safety vehicles, sworn and civilian public safety personnel, as well as other personnel directly supporting healthcare facilities and critical infrastructure, such as providing food or fuel. For a complete list, blah, 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 go to the website, administrative order, but that is in the state of New Jersey. I would imagine, since they said they're coordinated with other states, probably New York also probably has some restrictions with this storm system. As we mentioned earlier, Pennsylvania does as well. Difference is Pennsylvania did not have anything related to all tractor trailers. There were certain classifications. that they had broke down there. Real quick, though, before I get back to the calls, I wanted to finish up with hats off to Gavin Newsom, governor of Texas, Ken Paxton, the attorney general there. Paxton followed up in his response to, this was the assistant Homeland Security director saying, let the Border Patrol back in or else. He says, according to your letter, the U.S. Constitution tasks the federal government with securing the nation's borders. When are you planning to start? He says. A little sarcasm there. Rather than addressing Texas's urgent request for protection, President Biden has authorized the Department of Homeland Security to send a threatening letter through his lawyers. Well, Texas has lawyers too, and I will continue to stand up for the state's constitutional powers of self-defense. Instead of running to the U.S. Department of Justice in hopes of winning an injunction, you should advise your clients at the Department of Homeland Security to do their job and follow the law, says Paxton. It's kind of like a big old put this in your pipe and smoke it. We've had enough. That's a good question, though. With this administration, if you think about it, they have really turned what we've known as the Border Patrol, their duty of patrolling and trying to prevent people from crossing illegally into this country. They've really turned them into just kind of a welcoming committee, a service where all they're really doing is keeping thousands of people in an orderly fashion to line up. All right, come on in. Here you go. Welcome to America. Welcome. They're not preventing anyone. Come on in. I guess that's a good point to jump on to Eagle this morning. I didn't know if we'd hear from you. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I called in a little bit late tonight. Yeah, I was busy today. But, Steve, when I just left Texas today, they got like a standoff going right now with Greg Abbott and the government. Greg Abbott's not going to make a move. And like I say, Joe Biden, he's just a bunch of hot air. He's not going to do what he's saying.
Well, you know what? Pappy said, well, what are they threatening to do? Pappy said, are they going to, what are they talking about, trying to go down there and arrest the damn governor or arrest the attorney general? Let the Border Patrol in or else, right?
Yeah. They didn't say what they were going to do. They just told, I think they were trying to scare him. They should have known it wasn't going to work with Greg Abbott. He's not going to just up and move the people out just because they told him to. So, they never said what they were going to do to get them out of there, but apparently they didn't do nothing because they're still there. So, Like I said, Steve, it's really a shame. I've never seen nothing like this before. I keep telling you that the government, Biden and his people, they're actually mad that he's trying to stop people from entering the U.S. illegally. You couldn't make this stuff up if you tried to. You couldn't make this up. It's like a bad nightmare that this is really going down. That a man would do. He has the nerve to say that he wants to run for president again. That's the amazing part about the whole deal, is that he actually has the nerve to say that he wants to be president once for 4 more years. And that's good old Joe Biden. But Steve. Here's something else that's more concerning about this situation. They're talking about all the diseases that's popping up now. These people are not only carrying them with them when they cross into the U.S. illegally. We have a pop up in all kinds of diseases that we thought we had eradicated. They're coming back on the scene again. You would think, Steve, that he would at least, before Biden, if he's gonna let them people in, he could at least immunize those people. Give them some update their shots, especially the kids. If you go put these kids in the same school as the American kids, that's the least Joe Biden can do, is at least give the kids some shots so they can be up to date. But he ain't even doing that. So it's really sad what's going on. And, he hasn't gone down there and, he hasn't even attempted to go down to Texas. Kamala Harris hasn't gone down, to try to talk to the governor. Why can't they sit down face to face like two men? How come Joe Biden can't go down to Texas and sit down at the table with Greg Abbott and try to work out a deal on how to eradicate this deal? He's not even man enough to do that, Steve. So it's really a sad situation that they got going on. But, here's something that concerns me a little bit more than that. And that's something that you talked about last night, Steve. I didn't get a chance to call back in. And that's what you was talking about, this new virus that these people are working on in China. Mm-hmm. And you had said that they had injected these laboratory rats with this virus, and they only lived for what?
8
Did you
days.
say 14 days before they died?
8 days. All dead within 8 days.
8 days.
Yep.
Okay. Now that don't sound good right there. I don't like the way that sounds. That might be that virus that Happy was talking about, virus X or whatever the hell he said.
Mm-hmm.
That virus can never hit the streets. That virus can never leave the laboratory, wherever the hell it's at, because billions of people are gonna get killed if this thing ever gets on the street. If you say you only 8 days and you dead, that's not good. That's not good at all. It's just really sad, Steve. Here's the bad part about that. People shouldn't even be allowed to work on materials like that. Why are people in a laboratory trying to mix up something like that?
Right.
You shouldn't even be in a laboratory.
What purpose does it serve to even create something like that? I mean, that's what other scientists were saying. This is absolute madness, just working in a lab to create something like for what purpose? I mean, it serves absolutely no purpose whatsoever.
No, it doesn't serve no purpose. That's the reason why the funding for it, that's what they were trying to talk about. Dr. Doom, Fauci, when he was using money to work on these different viruses and all that. These, like I say, Steve, these things can never hit the streets because it doesn't take long for that virus to spread all over the world, and millions of people are gonna lose their lives. Like I said, if you get some mad scientist, some guy that he's got an agenda, he can easily walk out of that laboratory with that virus.
Exactly.
Put it on the streets.
Yep.
And now we got a real problem. So, like you said, no money, no funding, no nothing needs to go to this type of work. Like I said, when I heard you talking about that last night, I couldn't believe that you actually got a man that's doing something like that. And especially after the coronavirus, you would have thought they would have shut down all of them damn laboratories. I don't care what country they're in. You would have thought all those laboratories would have shut down, all these laboratories trying to mix up these different viruses. So all I can say is, God help us all. And please, hopefully that virus that you were talking about last night will never hit the streets. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Hey, have a good Friday. Enjoy your weekend. When I was talking to Pappy, he just mentioned a good point there. When you've got these individuals, quote, scientists, lab workers, whatever it is, certain individuals that have access to what is undoubtedly restricted space, but working with these deadly pathogens. What's to say? I mean, even with the COVID, what's to say? You have one individual that maybe they get diagnosed with a terminal illness. They know their life's coming to an end, and they say, "I'm just going to unleash hell on the entire planet." One individual with access to something like that could cause the end of the world as we know it. Wasn't there a song about that? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got a Friday coming on here. There you go, TGIF. An interesting tidbit out of Oklahoma. Now, for years we've been talking about the thieves cutting off catalytic converters on vehicles and things of that nature. We've shared stories of DAs actually trying to use bolt cutters to actually cut live lines, and that typically doesn't end well. And normally it's with an individual turning into a toasted marshmallow. In this case, I've never heard of the likes of it. Some thieves in Oklahoma cut down a 500-foot radio tower earlier this week to steal copper from it. According to the Choctaw County Sheriff, there's about $500,000 worth of damage, and the thieves will likely get about $100 for the copper they stole. Will Payne and Payne Media Group is the owner of the tower. He said it's a difficult morning to deal with after finding out that the tower was cut down and how much damage it caused. Disbelief, he said. I mean, we've had weather, we've had snow, we've had tornadoes. We've never had someone actually come in and actually cut down a tower before. Payne said it's shocking that someone would go through all the trouble of cutting down a tower for such a small profit. Officials are looking for who did it. We're hunting down somebody that brought down a tower in order to get a little $100 fix of copper. Seriously, that's about all it's going to be worth to him. Let's make them pay. The county sheriff put a Facebook post stating, let's bury these worthless thieves in prison. Either way, the situation has Payne feeling on edge. We're going to be watching the area nonstop. That's one thing we've always known. They come back over and over and over. Right now, he encourages the public to be on the lookout for 3-inch copper pipes on the back of a truck. He's asking copper recycling companies, be on the lookout for the stolen copper. And then copper recycling companies, we need to hold them to make sure they know this stuff is coming in, and it shouldn't be. Radio station K95.5 is now off the air as the station works to recover from this crime. Payne is not happy, obviously, about being off the air. You have robbed the community of a voice. You've robbed the community of a way to communicate very vital information, especially this time when it's incredibly cold. And then, radio is about advertising. They're not on the air. They can't bill anyone for paid advertising revenue. And I'll tell you what, a 500-foot tower, that's no small potatoes. That's a big tower. Well, good morning, Pup. How you been?
Hey, pretty good. I'm trying to fight this cold. It sounded like Eagle had a cold too. But you have Google Maps on your telephone there, Steve? All these roads in between Iowa and going into Pennsylvania are all yellow and or red. I only made one trip tonight. We got about 3 inches of snow and waiting for the wind to kick up. So, but you all ready for the weekend?
I suppose so. I don't think we have any big plans. I think I'll have the duty of escorting my wife for a hair appointment today. That's one thing I'm certain of.
I love them weekends where you don't have nothing planned. But, hey, I got a couple different things for you here to answer some questions. And, you know how Vic was asking last night, why in the world are they letting them in there like that?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, California is losing population because of their taxes and everything. But as long as because they shot down what Donald Trump wanted to do about counting illegal immigrants, so these blue states that people are leaving from will still let them have the same Congress people in there. Because if their population goes down, then their Congress people go down. And then, like that meeting that they're in over there,
right?
That,
the World or
Davos or
yes,
Davos thing. Guess who's over there? Bill Gates is over there.
I undoubtedly Bill Gates. I mean, all the millionaires,
yes.
all the billionaires. Absolutely, they're all there.
Right, but he also said when they were making that vaccination mandatory, that would be a good time to chip everybody. But one thing that a lot of people don't know is Bill Gates has bought up a lot of farm ground and
yes.
got that patent on how to make meat out of weeds or whatever. And he is one that's wanting to eliminate cows, and that way they have to buy his meat and shit or
mm-hmm.
stuff
right?
Stuff. And everything like that. And a lot of this goes back to compliance, and the compliance is compliance goes back to if we can make these people do this or we can make these people do that, then the next thing, that's why I never took the shot, because I wasn't going to be compliant.
Yep.
I never have been
Yep.
compliant. But what's next, Steve? The 666 on your head?
Right. That's pretty much what Pappy was just saying a few minutes ago, that the whole COVID
right,
was
exactly.
It was an experiment.
Pappy was dead on that. Yes, sir. He sure was. And then the other thing is I found out this week with Benjamin Netanyahu, they are the United States, Joe Biden's administration is trying to oust him.
Correct. We did touch on that last year. We got to pause there, though. Be right back.
USA News Update. From the campaign trail to the courtroom in Manhattan this week in the new E. Jean Carroll defamation lawsuit, the former president, Donald Trump, claims he is the victim.
And I frankly am the one that suffered damages. I should be given money, given damages.
A judge overseeing the trial threatened to toss Trump out Wednesday. He was accused by Carroll's lawyers of audibly attempting to influence jury members, and Judge Lewis Kaplan agreed. An appeals court decision is a big loss for Apple for now, while the tech giant has achieved a workaround fix for an earlier U.S. International Trade Commission ban on Apple Watch products. The Alphabet company now has an appeals court ruling upholding the ban. So far, Apple's managed to work around the earlier restrictions by importing redesigned versions of the newest Apple Watches from overseas under approval from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back there on a Friday morning. All ready for the weekend. Hey, you still following anybody in the NFL? Any of your teams still in the mix or no?
No, the Colts are out, and I kind of like Green Bay, but I don't know what's going on. I really don't get into it all that much, Steve.
Right.
So they go busy and stuff. So, but the last point that I wanted to make with you, and I don't know why they don't pull this out as their ace in the sleeve, is I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but you remember the Alamo and stuff?
Sure.
There was never a Union soldier sent into Texas to fight that. Only Texans fought that. And they pushed them back, and they actually have their own constitution that they can be their own country. I don't know why they don't pull that ace out of their sleeve and say, hey, either you do what we want you to do, or we're going to go back to that. Because that is the only state, like there in Ohio or here in Indiana, how the American flag is the highest flag. In Texas, they're both even. And unless something changed over the years, they've got their own. I mean, they can just be their own country if they want to. They got enough. They're more of a what do you call that? They're more of a producer and of any state. I mean, they economically they're sound. It just sucks that the Biden administration's fighting them because
right.
But I unless something changed, because when Sam Houston pushed them out of there and everything, and they signed that Constitution and everything, in order to be a state, they had the right to secede anytime they wanted to.
I did a quick search on that, and it says, I guess that was at one point in time the case. The theme of independence has recurred throughout the history of Texas, which was a republic from 1836 to 45, but the Civil War, it says, established that a state cannot secede.
Okay, well, I guess I was wrong on that.
I know that there's talk about, other states. I mean, there's others talking about maybe trying to split the states up, the one to split California up, and I think, was it Oregon or Washington?
Well, I know there's, Oregon or Washington, where a couple counties wanted to join Utah because they're more of a...
Yep.
Right, yep.
So...
Well, I know this is supposed to be a casual Friday, but I'll tell you what, this stuff's really getting on my nerves, and it's not that about being stressed out or nothing. It's about I'm about ready to clunk somebody in the head for being stupid.
Oh boy! All right. Well, Pop.
Other than that,
have a great
Did
weekend.
you get some skull busters yesterday? All right. Bye.
Yeah, we will do that. Yeah, that's one thing that's on tap for the weekend. Let's see, real quick, likes. Texas secession movements, also known as the Texas Independence Movement, or Texit, refers to both the secession of Texas during the American Civil War as well as activities of modern organizations supporting such efforts to secede from the United States and become an independent sovereign state. The U.S. Constitution does not specifically address the secession of states. The issue was the topic of debate after the Revolutionary War until the Civil War, when the Supreme Court ruled in Texas versus White that states strictly cannot unilaterally secede except through revolution or the expressed consent of the other states. Texas was formerly called the Republic of Texas, a sovereign state for 9 years prior to the Texas annexation with the United States. Accordingly, its sovereignty was not recognized by Mexico, although Texas defeated the Mexican forces in the Texas Revolution. And authorities in Texas did not actually control all of its claimed territory. Modern efforts have existed in the state at least since the 1990s and focused first on the Republic of Texas organization as well as the Texas nationalist movement. Recent discussions between the Texas Republican Party representatives renewed talks of secession after the decision of the Supreme Court in Texas versus Pennsylvania, which declined to hear the case regarding attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election due to a lack of standing. That via Wikipedia, but Knucklebuster on a Friday. What's happening?
I have a casual Friday to you, Mr. Steve Summers. If it wasn't for Tennessee and Kentucky, it wouldn't be no Texas. There was a bunch of people from Tennessee and Kentucky who went down there and fought at the Alamo there. So that was a false statement. He said the only Texans fought in it there. So, I want to know, does the people that do your wife's hair, do they know who you are?
Yes, they do. Uh-huh.
Well, you can't pull what Tennessee and I did the last time she went to the beauty parlor. She went inside, and I was sitting out in the truck and just waiting for her to get done. I got tired of sitting in the pickup there, so I went inside and sat down by Tennessee, and I told her, I said, damn, baby, you looking pretty good. You want to go home with me tonight? She got up and walked away like she didn't know who the hell I was. And that gal, them gals in there cutting hair, they grabbed their cell phones, and then Tennessee told them, "No, I know who he is."
That's funny. So, that's a good one,
yeah.
Knucklebud. Well, see, I mean, I already had this. She had this appointment planned for weeks. Then she told me before I came in last night. She said, "Now with the weather tomorrow, she doesn't like driving in nasty weather. She's not a driver in the snow. You're going to have." And then she went on to say, "Well, can I just get a cut or can I get it colored as well?" And I said, if I'm going to be sitting in the parking lot, I sure as hell ain't going to wait for you long enough to have a color put in your hair because that takes a couple hours. She said, "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that." So,
yeah, well, good luck with it. That's all I can tell you. I got tired of sitting there waiting. So.
I hear you. Right? And I said, well, how long? I said, if you just get it cut, what's it going to take? She said, well, it's not too long. And I said, what, an hour? She said, well, no, not an hour.
Yeah.
I said, it'll be a damn hour. You wait and see.
Oh, you know it will be. Man, them women get in there and get to gabbing with each other, and that's it, man. They don't care how long you sit out there. So, I about got myself in trouble today. I told that woman out there in Vegas there where I pick up, I'm telling her jokes all the time every time I go out there. So I asked her, I said, you know what a stud horse says to the young filly when she walks across the pasture? She said, what's that? I said, see, she nickered back at me. I said, it's only a joke, woman. I'm not being serious. So Tennessee told me I couldn't go back out there, so I don't know about that. I said, she's my customer. I got to go. So anyway, well, let's tell the joke I told last week. And I only told it to you there. I've been going to the gym trying to exercise and get my butt looking a lot better. I was talking to a group of people. When I turned around and walked off and left, all I heard one of them say was, man, what an ass. And that'll be all my bull on it for today, Mr. Steve Summers. We can wind this week up.
I got a kick out of that one, too. Yeah, they weren't talking about that. They weren't. Never mind. All right, 844-844-3388. Let's see. I know Pappy's standing by his prediction that he feels like Kari Lake is going to be the pick for Donald Trump's VP. The question has been come up. Trump said about a week ago that he knows who his pick's going to be. He's not divulging yet. Now, the report yesterday says former President Trump circulated around the tables at a candlelit dinner for members at Mar-a-Lago when he was asked about the possibility of choosing New York Republican Representative Elif Stefanik as his running mate, to which he responded, quote, "She's a killer," nodding his head, according to an unnamed source who spoke with NBC News. 8 more people, all of them also unnamed, confirmed to NBC that the Trump campaign and a growing group of allies have been considering the matter. The dinner came shortly after Stefanik had grilled university leaders from Harvard, MIT, and the University of Pennsylvania about anti-Semitism on their campuses during a House hearing. Their answers to the question, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your college's rules on bullying and harassment, which eventually resulted in 2 of them resigning and brought a firestorm of criticism on all the schools. Adding to the speculation about Stefanik, who was 39 years old, possibly being asked to run with Trump, she announced Wednesday that she would be traveling to New Hampshire and campaign with the former president against Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. The only serious competition remaining on the Republican side. Most recent polling shows Trump ahead in that state by 12.8 points, according to Real Clear Politics. Haley running behind him, DeSantis far behind in the single digits. Now, according to former Trump chief strategist Steve Bannon, the representative from New York is the leading contender for the role. He says Stefanik is at the top. An unnamed Republican campaign operative suggested to the outlet that Trump felt like that he had been burned by his former vice president, Mike Pence, which was leading him to value loyalty above other considerations in making the pick for the next running mate. If you're Trump, you want somebody who's loyal above all else, particularly because he sees Mike Pence as having made a fatal sin. Now, they do say Stefanik worked on Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, but since then she has shifted to the right. She is considered one of the former president's most important allies in the House of Representatives. She's come a long way, and now she's really, really with us, Trump said back in the spring of 22. She was kind of with us before, but she's really with us now. Of course, no comment from the Trump campaign regarding the speculation. For her part, Stefanik said she was honored to call Trump a friend, but had no comment about possibly running on the 24 ticket. She said, "I'm not going to get into any of my conversations with President Trump. I'm just honored to call him a friend. I'm proud to be the first member of Congress to have endorsed his reelection, and he had a huge win in Iowa, so we're really excited about that." She did, however, say on Meet the Press earlier this month that she'd be honored to serve in any capacity in a Trump administration. Matter of fact, she said that twice in the span of about a minute, so I don't know. We'll see. Everybody wondering. It would want to turn into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, headed down the home stretch here on a Friday. Someone has encountered the White Death.
Yeah, it's almost to the point of CSJS. Can't see jack shit.
Shish kebab.
Yeah.
Really? Is that? I mean,
jack shirt.
I mean, it's been coming down all night, but I mean, it is. I mean, really, really itsy bitsy, tiny, fine flakes here. Just the fact that it's been coming down consistently for so many hours. But you got some bigger flakes.
Yeah, I'm over here on the more eastern side of Virginia here, and you ever hear of Fort Walker?
Fort Walker.
I bet you haven't. Now, I bet you haven't ever heard of Fort Walker because I think it was less than 6 months ago it never existed. But because of the communists there, had to change the name of the great place that the Johnny Bench was at. It used to be AP Hill. Remember we had somebody we used to talk to?
Yes.
Used to go to take pictures of the Johnny Bench at AP Hill.
Yep.
Yeah, well, according to the sign, it's not AP Hill anymore, but I got news for them. I ain't calling it Fort Walker. So anyways, there by Bowling Green, Virginia, and coming back up towards Dahlgren, the naval base there, kind of feel like Han Solo and Chewbacca. They're getting ready to. What is it? What they do is they didn't have the warp. What did they do? They jumped to light speed or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they jumped to light speed. That's about what it feels like out the window, Your Honor. Just watching the stars go by at about 1,000,000 miles an hour. Shoo! But, the ground's already turning white because it's been cold enough, even though it's 30, 35 degrees here. It's,
well,
roads aren't bad.
We did talk earlier about there toward the East Coast, there would be some enhanced snowfall. And I'm pulling up the radar here.
Yes,
and from like Manassas, Virginia, across I-95, Washington to Baltimore, Germantown. Yeah, a lot darker colors of blue showing up there. So you're getting, it's tapping into that moisture, the Atlantic moisture it's tapping into.
Yeah, that's right where I'm at. So anyways, now I was under the impression that the Princess really didn't drive a whole lot to begin with. I thought she liked to be chauffeured most of the time.
Well, yeah, but she's always scared. She's scared about how everybody else drives, though. And the older I get, the more she's concerned about the way I drive.
I'm understanding that, and I had the pleasure of, when we were at the one truck show, taking the Princess to go pick up a certain item that she neglected to bring with her, didn't realize she'd need.
The driver's license that a 60-year-old, that an older person had to have to get into a bar.
Yeah, to get into a bar. Could not get in a bar without having her driver's license with her. Needed ID.
I don't know. I think she should have just said, "Here, look at my belt buckle. Name's Ed, ID." But anyways, what would happen if she had to ride in like an Uber? Can you imagine what the charge from the Uber driver would be?
Yeah.
If you had to send the princess to get her hair done in an Uber car, because I don't think it would be the normal going rate, would it? Wouldn't they tack on like some sort of incidental charge or some sort of extra something or another to? I'm just thinking that the Uber driver, it probably would be a one-way ride. I think she'd have to get another one to come back if she didn't get banned from Uber altogether.
It might be extra stress fees, something of that nature.
Exactly. Oh, this is just glorious, Your Honor. I'm going to look forward to having to go all the way back to Baltimore in this. I don't know if it'd be better with daylight or not. I don't know. Get up here and get across the bridge and get back into Maryland and pass the scale. I'll be happy. But anyways, that's about what we got going for you here. So it is arrived. It's here. It's doing what they said it was going to do. We'll see how long it lasts for. I think it started a little bit later than what they had predicted originally, but it's coming in with the full force right now. Hopefully we don't get stuck in this like that last time we got stuck in snow down here, because that was that deal where those people down 95 got stuck out there for, 24 hours, 48 hours?
Yeah, well, that's...
Send the National Guard out?
Because all the damn trucks got stuck, wasn't it? And that's why they banned the trucks, I do believe. But all right, we got about 2.5 minutes. Brother Rambler, hey, happy Friday.
Oh, praise God, Steve. That's about what I figured. Just want to thank everyone again for the birthday wishes. I have not logged on Facebook, so when I do, I will be thanking everyone personally. I want to remind you to come on and be with us at church. Be at church. The 30 minutes of church, 5 o'clock p.m. is the considered time. Got a great message coming out of the book of Psalms. And remember, be us God's children. But love is not another full other word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, your brother Rambler loves you, and I do. Everyone have a safe weekend. God bless you. And Steve, I'll talk to you Monday.
Glad you were able to sneak in there for just a quick moment. All right, 5 o'clock Central Time, Sunday afternoon, Determined Ministries Church, Facebook Live. Now, I did mention the enhanced snow. Realistically, I mean, we're seeing snow now from the eastern seaboard there, from D.C., stretching all the way back into, western Illinois. Things beginning to wind down in eastern Missouri. There is one zone this morning, though. In the summertime when you have a thunder shower, you talk something called a bow echo. A line that would have strong straight line. It's kind of a bow echo in the snow from right about just east of Mount Vernon there on down to Cape Girardeau, Missouri. An enhanced band of snow that's kind of making its way toward, say, Evansville and Morgansfield. Rather than that really light stuff that you've been seeing, it may really come down for a brief period of time with that enhanced band in that area. Otherwise, we've got, snow falling from Michigan. I mean, light snow pretty much everywhere. The map is really filled in through the overnight hours. So, safe travels out there. And, of course, as we know in advance, behind once this storm pushes on through, later in the day today and for the East Coast on Saturday, the winds kick up once again. The lake effect snows will be really firing up once again. And then brace yourself for some more bitterly cold temperatures with those sub-zero wind chills once again for a few days on into early next week. So find a way to stay warm, stay safe out there. Thanks for being a part of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but